I don't want to be negative. So it's just one of those days there. You're all welcome to the much awaited debate. The debate we've been all hearing about between Barrister Emeka Emekesiri of Moving and Simon Ekpa. So I don't even need to, I've already introduced the topic, what the topic is, the roadmap to actualization of Biafra. Both of these gentlemen believe that they have a better pathway to actualization of Biafra. So I don't know from them. So before I don't know from them, we have to do a little bit of housekeeping. This is an intellectual exercise, even though I mean it could lead to practical, right? We don't want anybody being belligerent. There's no cause for being rude or anything. And if you want to ask a question, you only have 2 minutes to ask a question. If you're asking a question, ask a question. If you're making a comment, make a comment. You cannot do both. So it's either you're asking a question or you're making a comment. So I believe everybody not here, we are all mature adults and we are gentlemen and we are ladies. So conduct yourself in a way that if this is zoomed outside, if this is beamed outside, you won't be embarrassed. So having said that, we're gonna give the two, I don't wanna say gladiators, but that's what they are today. The two gladiators, we're gonna give them opportunity to be heard. So who wanna go first? I think I need to mute, you guys gotta mute yourself. The two people, the two stars I went today need to unmute themselves. Okay, so you're muted. So first of all, we're gonna let Barrister Emeka Emekesiri go first to introduce himself and introduce Mobin, and then we'll let Simon introduce himself. Go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. As she has said, I am called Emeka Emekesiri. I am Emekesiri, Emeka Emekesiri.
Oh.
I am from Amucha. In fact, precisely from Okwaru Nebu village, Amucha, which is now in Njaba local government. I am a lawyer, I am a pastor, I am an estate surveyor and valuer. And our Biafran movement is, we have political movement we call Movement of Biafrans in Nigeria, which runs our customary government we call Customary Government of Indigenous People of Biafra. And I am in charge of the movement. If there's any other thing you want me to explain about myself, I will explain, but I think that's okay for now.
I muted myself. That's okay for now. Let's hear from Simon. Just introduce yourself briefly, gentlemen. We're not hearing you. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Is everybody else hearing Simon except me?
No.
We can't hear you, Simon. Okay. So while he's fixing his listen, do you guys want me to play some music? Is it working now? Okay, somebody's suggesting. Lola Dobijak, greeting. everybody.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yes,
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Adaejiagamba, my sister, for putting this. I wouldn't say debate, but rather I would say this talk show together today between me and my brother Emeka Emekesiri. My name remains Simon Ekpa. I'm a legal expert as well, and I am also from Biafra land, Bonny State to be precise. And today, this debate or this talk show should focus on enlightening our people on why we believe the approach we are taking to get Biafra is the most appropriate approach. And on doing that, I wouldn't, this whole talk show wouldn't be issue of attack or on personal attack on or attacking a group or something like that. So let it be an issue-based debate, so that at the end of the day, everybody that is watching and that will watch later will have something to learn, to know exactly who to follow and what to do when the issue of Biafra is in question. I can't hear you.
I'm gonna get a timer so that nobody just spend too much time on the other thing.
Thank you.
That's what I'm seeing now. You have to introduce yourself and you've gone into other stuff. Okay, so just give me 1 second. Come with it, no time. Thank you, by the way. That was a powerful speech. So let's get a timer. Everybody will get. For this, because of time, let me ask everybody, let me unmute everybody. Maybe we're gonna give you guys, how long do you guys think you need to do justice to this?
I thought you would give us the time. I thought you were apportion time to us.
No, I've apportioned to 2 minutes to everybody. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys 10 minutes to talk. 10 minutes
to talk.
10 minutes is too much.
10 minutes is too much.
No, yes. To talk about your program, your roadmap.
Oh, hold on, let me listen to music.
Yes, I think 10 minutes is, for the first section or first session of their presentation, 10 minutes. Then the other person.
Yeah, the 10 minutes is good
after
enough.
that. Yes, it doesn't have to be 10 minutes.
10 minutes is good enough. I wouldn't in 2 minutes. That's still fine. But we'd rather you give us some details than give us some. Don't assume we know. People like me don't know. I'm still learning. So,
all right.
I'm gonna
process all that at the same time. We can process at the same time. 10 minutes interval. Then after that, we can still give them more time.
Yes, that's good. Thank you, madam.
So,
all right, go ahead. Emeka Emekesiri.
Yes.
Emeka Emekesiri.
That's correct.
You go first.
I should go first.
Yes. Oh, you guys want to flip it? You went for the first time. So
thank you for I said thank you for the honor. We are talking about the roadmap to Biafra actualization. I believe that any person who has a vision should have a roadmap to accomplish that mission. And so, our roadmap to actualization of Biafran self-determination is the roadmap we call the due process or the legal methodology. Basically, there are two ways to get independence: the military method or the due process method. The military method, there is something else I may explain later when we go deeper into military method, because there is a concept of military diplomacy, which I will talk about in the course of this discussion. But our legal methodology consists of the judicial process, political process, and diplomatic process. So why we have decided to use these three processes that constitute due process is because we have looked at the whole circumstances. We have looked at all the factors about Biafra independence struggle. We've looked at international factors. We've consulted widely, both at national and international level, and we have found out that the best approach in the circumstance is the legal methodology, or what we call the due process, consisting of the judicial method, diplomatic process, and political process. These three processes constitute the due process or legal methodology. Now, the Article 20, from Article 19 to 25 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which gives the right to self-determination, there also say that oppressed people have the right to free themselves from oppression by any means recognized by the international community. And in this time, in the present dispensation, the means recognized by the international community is the legal methodology, consisting of the judicial process, political process, and diplomatic process. And when we talk about political process, we mean both national and international politics. Because when we talk about political process, some people think, narrow it down. No, we are talking about both national and international politics. Good. So why do we think that legal method will be better than military method at the moment? Before a person fights a war, he is expected to count the cost, to think, plan very well. Just like Jesus Christ said, if you want to build a tower or a house, you first sit down and count the cost to know whether you will be able to accomplish, not when you start, on the way you get stuck and you stop there and people begin to laugh at you. Or when you want to go to a war against somebody who is coming with 100,000 soldiers and you have only 5,000 soldiers, you need to sit down and think, is it possible for me to overpower the other one and gain victory with only 5,000 soldiers? If you check yourself very well, you will now strategize and know whether to ask for some terms of peace. That's what we call feasibility and viability studies, feasibility and viability appraisal. So before you go into a project like this, Biafran project, you must do feasibility and viability studies, appraisal, know what it will take. And in a complex project, just like Biafra project, is a complex project, we do phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of the project. So the Biafra project is a complex project which we have divided into phases. So the first phase is actually the awareness creation phase, which has been done by all the people that started the Biafra struggle from 1999. The noise and the protests and all the things that have been happening over Biafra issue, this constitutes the awareness creation phase. And that awareness has been created all over the world. Then the next phase is the second phase of the Biafran independence project. And that second phase is what we are talking about. That is building ourselves together, holding ourselves together, creating a regional government of Biafra, being recognized as a nation within a nation, not yet a nation state. There's a difference between a nation and a nation state. In fact, Biafrans are a nation. As the International Court of Justice decided in the Greco-Bulgarian case of 1930, a group of people with the same lineage, the same ancestry, the same language, the same culture, the same lifestyle, they constitute a people because of the homogeneity, the oneness, the cultural affinity they have. So they constitute a people. So the Biafrans, if you check the Biafran territory, you can see that we fit into that definition of a people. So, but we are a people, but not yet a nation state. A people constitute a nation, but not a nation state. So Biafrans are a nation, but not a nation state. So being a nation, we have power. But the problem is that most of us do not know the power of a nation within the nation state. So when we begin to understand the power of a nation and begin to act as a nation within the nation state, you will see that we will now transit to the next, that is nation state. Because you need to build up yourself. You need to grow. You need to strengthen yourself. You need to take control of your territory. In fact, when President Julius Nyerere made a statement in 1968, he said that the Biafrans have a homeland, and that gives us an advantage. That Biafrans have a homeland, that gives us an advantage, because in international law, you need to have a delimited territory, that's a defined territory for you to be recognized. Fortunately, we have a homeland. Fortunately, after the war, Biafrans were not annihilated and were not removed from their homeland. We are still in possession of the homeland. So that's an advantage for us. The next thing is to build up our homeland, take control of our homeland, and then transit into a de facto government. There's something called de facto government, which would now compel the international community to recognize us. In fact, the recognition can be de facto or de jure. Well, that is a matter of international law. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to build up the nation called Biafra within Nigeria first, before pulling out. And that's what we are talking about, regional government. If we have a regional government, our regional parliament will be the one that will pass the law, bill of referendum into law for us to vote to pull out or to remain. Because if you talk about referendum at the moment and you go and present the bill of referendum at Abuja National Assembly, we will not win. We shall not win. That referendum will fail because we don't have enough seats at Abuja. We don't have enough seats at Abuja. Therefore, the only parliament that can pass a law and it will pass is a regional parliament. So if we have our regional parliament, that bill, referendum bill, will pass easily. So that's why we say the second stage, the second phase is very, very crucial. That second phase is building up the nation before going for the nation state. And we are using these three processes. All of them go simultaneously. The judicial process, the political process, and the diplomatic process. These three go simultaneously. That is why we put the case in court. And then we started meeting with the international community. We have met with France, we have met with Britain, we've met with Germany, we've met with the US. We have communicated with them since 2013. We have been communicating with these nations. In fact, the first country that invited us was Australia, and we sent delegates. Imagine Australia inviting us as Biafrans to sit down and discuss with them. Recently, I showed you the letter, our meeting with the British government, and they responded to us. Why are they responding to us if they don't care about us, or if they think we are a non-existent entity? They are responding because they know we exist. So they are responding to us as a nation, not yet a nation state. At the moment, we have started appointing customary government ambassadors to different countries. Maybe by next week, you will hear more. We have started appointing customary government ambassadors to different countries. And when we appoint the countries, those nations are notified. The countries, the governments of those countries are notified. We serve notice and they know, they recognize our customary government ambassador. We don't call them ambassador under customary law. We call them customary government envoys or emissary. The same thing. It is the representative of Biafrans in that country as a nation, but not a nation state. So you gradually build the nation before you now ask for outright independence. Remember, you need to build friendship. You need to build friendship from the international community before you pull out. Even if you want to use military, which I said, there is something I'm going to talk about military method. There is a concept of military diplomacy. That military diplomacy, you first win the hearts of international community, win friends, When you win friends from the international community, you can use military diplomacy and do unilateral declaration of independence, just like Kosovo. You know, when Kosovo declared independence unilaterally, you know that NATO countries joined them. NATO countries fought on their side and started bombarding Yugoslavia and Serbia, and took side with the KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army. They had friends from the international community. Even now, there are some countries that don't recognize them, but there are some countries that recognize them. Of course, recognition in international law, there are two schools of thought about recognition. One school of thought says recognition is constitutive. Another school of thought says recognition is declaratory. Constitutive means that it's only when you are recognized that that nation is constituted. But that is not right, because even when China, the People's Republic of China, got freedom in 1948, America, US did not recognize them until 1979, 31 years later. Yet they are in the UN, the same United Nations. So recognition doesn't actually mean that you don't exist. In fact, the declaratory school of thought is the one accepted now. The school of thought that says recognition is declaratory, it means that declaration is only declaratory of what is in existence. In fact, this was given prominence in the case between Britain and Costa Rica. Maybe you know it is in international law, it's called the Tinoco arbitration. In 1923, when Tinoco ousted the government of Costa Rica, and Britain did not recognize, and there was dispute. Eventually, it was taken to international arbitration, presided over by the previous chief judge of the United States Supreme Court, Mr. William Taft, who now looked at the circumstances and said, Tinoco has held this, even though Britain did not recognize, countries did not recognize, but Tinoco has ruled this country for 2 years with legislative assembly, de facto controlling, having structure on the ground, that this is accepted, is recognized under international law. So that's why we are saying de facto governance is very important. Take control of the territory. Take control of the territory. Then when you talk, people can recognize you. So you see, I'm saying that these three things work together. You can use military diplomacy, but you have to be sure you have already got friends in the international community. So when you make a declaration, you will stand. But listen, you have to check your strength. Biafra made a unilateral declaration of independence in 1967 and did not succeed. Why? Now, at the moment where we are now, playing the politics, both international and national, we have been able to gather the Southeast, South-South, Southwest, and Middle Belt, and including Southern Kaduna. Now, these 4 regions constitute a bloc, can achieve independence by unilateral declaration of independence. But they have to build power. They have to build friendship with powerful nations in the international community, just like Kosovo did. You know, when Kosovo made the unilateral declaration, NATO came on their side. United States and UK came on their side. France was not happy with them. France said that they should first get the approval of United Nations Security Council. But the US and Britain said no, that they would not. Like if they try to go to United Nations to get the approval of the Security Council, Russia and China will block them with their veto power, because they have power to veto it. So you can see that Kosovo has powerful friends in the international community. So Biafrans should have powerful friends also before you can start talking. Remember that in 1967, Biafrans were recognized by 5 countries: Tanzania, Zambia, Ivory Coast, Gabon, and Haiti. 5 countries. And actually, by the rules of international law, having been recognized by countries that have seats in the United Nations, you ought to be given seat in the United Nations. But they did not give Biafra a seat. Why? That is international politics I'm talking about. Assuming that France was on our side, of course, France had sympathy for Biafra, but did not come out openly to declare Biafra, to declare support for Biafra. Assuming that one of the world powers like France, Britain, or Russia stood by Biafra and came out and supported Biafra and gave official recognition, you know that the balance of power will change. That's something, of course, you will know what we call balance of power in international law. So, because there was no balance of power, that equation, it tilted against Biafra. So, we can use military diplomacy, but that is when we have built friendship in the international community. That means we have to love them, we have to play along with them, you know, be their friends, work with them, you know, and then gain their hearts. When we win their hearts, then they can support you if anything happens. But if you begin to insult them and abuse them and you are not working together with them, and then something happens, you think that they will come and support you, they will not support you. So you will need to build friendship now. That is part of diplomacy. You need to build friendship both at national level and international. When I mean national, that's ethnic groups. You see the people in the South, Southwest, Middle Belt, even Northeast, the Kanuris. The Kanuris are not in good terms with the Fulanis. So, and their land is devastated. Borno is devastated. Borno, the Northeast is devastated. They're also looking for help. So you need to reach out to them also. Diplomacy is both at local level and international level. So when you get all this, before you can, if you want to use military method, yes, you have to be sure that you are strong, that when it happens, it will not be like 1967 when all of them conspired against us. But this time around, if we have all these people with us and you declare it, then 4 regions, assuming 4 regions against 2, of course, you know that we shall overcome them. If the Middle Belt, the Southwest, the South-South, the Southeast, the 4 regions are at war with 2 regions in the North, we shall succeed. But before we go to that military combat, suppose we now put our bill in the National Assembly. Because when we talk about politics, some people say we don't have enough votes. Of course, Southeast alone doesn't have enough votes. We have only 15 senators, 15 senatorial seats. You know, in the Nigerian politics, every state has 3 senatorial districts, 3 senatorial districts. So Southeast has 5 states, and the 5 states, each state has 3 senatorial districts. That gives us 5 times 3, that's 15. Good. So we have only 15 seats as senators. Others have 18 and 21 senators. So if only our group, our states, if we present that bill, we will not pass. But if we lobby and get all others, all the senators in the Southwest, Southeast, South, Middle Belt, and part of Southern Kaduna, of course, and one of the senators brings a member's bill of referendum. It can be bill of referendum for either independence or restructuring to regional government. Once that bill is presented in the National Assembly, and all these 4 regions are one, with one heart, one mind, pursuing it, I tell you, that debate will be in our favor. Because at the end of the day, they will say, vote. And if they vote, there's no way the 4 regions, the senators, the seats in the 4 regions will not outweigh and override the seats in the two other regions in the north. So you can see that you can use that even before going to military declaration, that is unilateral declaration of independence. You can use the legislative method now, political, and pass the bill. I know that usually such a bill can cause problem in the National Assembly. People begin to fight. I have seen such a bill before, something they raised and they started throwing chairs and throwing seats at one another and even knocking one another. Yes, such a bill can cause a battle in the National Assembly and can cause physical combat, but let it start. Let somebody move that motion. Without going to unilateral declaration of independence. So I'm saying that unilateral declaration of independence causes war. But you can do it when you already have members of international community, powerful nations that can stand behind you. But since we are not yet sure, we are not yet sure of that, let us now put like throwing a bomb in the National Assembly. Let the bill of referendum for independence or referendum for restructuring, let that bill be thrown as a bomb in the National Assembly by any of the senators from the Southeast, South, Southwest, Middle Belt. Let them throw that bomb in the National Assembly and let's see what will happen. There'll be a fight, but at the end of the day, we will succeed. Remember that in 1953, Chief Tony Enahoro moved the motion, the bill in the parliament here in London for Nigeria to get independence. That was 1953. But remember that that motion did not sell through until after 7 years. From 1953, the motion was moved. 1953, he was shouted down. There was politicking and there was quarreling and disputing and argument over a period of 7 years before Nigeria got independence in 1960. Imagine a bill that was moved in 1953 became actual in 1960.
Start rounding up.
Okay, let me now round up. So what I'm trying to say is that let the process begin. I know that the Biafrans most often are not, I have observed, they're not patient to follow due process. They want it immediately, today. But everything has a process. Even if you did not go to university to study systems and organizational procedures, if you look at nature, you will see that nature has a system. Look at a tree. A tree starts growing small and becomes a big tree. Look at the next person beside you. That person was a very tiny thing in the stomach of the mother, in the womb of the mother. But he stayed in the womb for 9 months and was born. And now was a little child and now he has grown to be a big man. Everything has a process until grow. That is it. But I have heard that the Biafrans don't like, they don't want to be patient. In fact, somebody said, or when the motor is filled, they will now jump in and say, somebody saying, one chance, they jump in. But they don't want to be the first to enter and stay calmly, quietly for other passengers to come in. You have to one chance, then jump in and they say, and they take them to somewhere else they don't want to go. So patience, perseverance, these are very important. There are so many things I will talk, maybe as we have been told to round up. There are other things I will talk when we go into questions. Thank you, moderator. I think for now.
Yeah, everybody has heard you, so let's give it up for him at least, but now to encourage him. So Simon Ekpa, I didn't even know you're a lawyer until you just said that, so go ahead.
Did you say he's a lawyer?
Thank you, Adaejiagamba, the moderator.
Yeah.
When you are listening to my brother, remember the reason for this debate today is to show the roadmap to getting Biafra. Our brother spoke the way he spoke and make references, and I begin to wonder, a lot of things he said here, what is actually different from what the IPOB they are doing today, from what he have explained. The only difference is that IPOB is not adopting the customary law. Now, let me start by telling you the reason why I accepted to debate with him today. The reason I accepted to debate with him is that I alleged that he is using his group to bring what I called divisional tactics to disrupt the agitation for Biafra. That is where I'm going to start. So Emeka Emekesiri and his group is using what I call divisionary tactics. The divisionary tactics is that you bring confusion and bring problem when there are no problem. If Emeka Emekesiri claim that customary law, like he explained it, let me not address what he said. Now let me go straight to what I feel is the roadmap before I address what he said. First of all, he has pointed out of this will be gotten even through a due. Them is the due process, but the due process is not coming from Nigeria, and the due process, which is also the legal process of getting Biafra, is not going to be coming and will never ever come from Nigeria. I know how and where and which channel to channel that legal process, and it will begin to yield fruit. And I'm not going to discuss it with him on this platform, but I'm going to address the issues that are publicly available, which is public knowledge. Now, the issue of building international relations, making friends with nations and other powerful nations of the world is essential in getting Biafra. And that is what IPOB has done. When I joined the agitation for Biafra, I have my reason, first of all, for supporting the IPOB, because after making my investigation, I found out that every Biafran who is really genuine, looking for the freedom of Biafra, should support indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, Emeka Emekesiri said that you need to build friendship with the external world, with the world powers. Today, I'm telling you, even the Aso Rock recognized the fact that IPOB are spending over $100,000 every month to lobby in the United States of America. And that have yielded result. It yielded result that we are about to have what we call the envoy. When the United States of America recognize at least the injustice, the ethnic cleansing going on in Nigeria today, even though when there is no Biafra coronation to it, it is part of the politics. It is part of the international politics he is talking about. And IPOB already have gone so deep into that. Number two, he talked about military unilateral declaration of Biafra. He talked about the problem Biafra had during the 1967. This same approach is what I saw in the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that made me to come publicly and defend everything they do, even without being an oath member of IPOB. Now, he also mentioned about a de facto government. You see, all these things he mentioned can never be achieved in Nigeria. He talked about the Senate bringing a referendum bill to the House of Senate. You see that he was talking from the both sides. First of all, he told you how it is not possible in this Nigeria, in the present structure of Nigeria. Second of all, he came back again to tell you how it is going to be possible if you have other regions together to join you. But today, Emeka Emekesiri, we know the reason why this kind of approach can never work in Nigeria, because he has searched for the answer, and it seems that even today, he have not seen the answer to why any senator cannot actually come to the National Assembly and pass a bill or referendum or restructuring of Nigeria. Emeka Emekesiri also did not remember that during the time of Jonathan, he's talking about restructuring and passing a bill. When you have a president of a country from a particular ethnic group in Nigeria, that president of a country sponsored national conference. Is it when a president failed that ordinary minority from the southern part of Nigeria will succeed at the National Assembly? The president of a Nigeria, President Goodluck Jonathan, sponsored national conference. National conference when he had executive power to do everything, including controlling the Senate. But he failed. Do you know why he failed? He failed because Nigeria is a failed nation. He failed because people like Emeka Emekesiri do not understand Nigeria, the reality in Nigeria, and what is on ground. And I am going to explain to him today. I am going to explain to him today what Nigeria is all about. What Nigeria is all about, in case my brother don't understand and his followers don't understand, is that it is not just about politics. Nigeria is structured so that at the end of the day, Fulanis will Fulanize Nigeria. Nigeria is structured so that at the end of the day, the Islamic State will take over Nigeria. That is the reason why whenever you see those things he is mentioning, which ordinarily could work in a very sensible society, it will never work in Nigeria, because the agenda of the Fulani and when we talk about Fulani, let me not just misquote, when we talk about Fulani, we are talking about the northeast and the northwest of Nigeria. So the northwest and northeast of Nigeria comprises of Fulani, Hausa, and Hausa Fulani. So, and to even crown it more, to know that this, my brother, lacks knowledge about the reality in Nigeria. First of all, he told you that the Kanuri people are not happy with Fulani.
Just a minute. With all due respect, you're going personal. Don't make it ad hominem. Just stick to your stuff without attacking him.
So no, I'm not attacking him. I am not attacking him. I am just addressing the issues he raised.
Okay.
You understand?
I'm not attacking.
He's going to address my own issue as well. I'm not attacking him, please.
All right.
Yes. So now, but just so that he will understand where Nigeria problem is coming from, because for you to begin to address the issue of Nigeria, you first of all need to understand where the problem is coming from. So now, he talked about Kanuri people not happy with the Fulanis, forgetting that the Kanuri people are the Boko Haram you are seeing today. So he don't understand the concept of Boko Haram or the agenda of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Now, the concept, the roadmap to getting Biafra. One is this. You are going to bring in the southern part of Nigeria and the part of Middle Belt. After bringing them together, you invoke Section 14 of Nigeria Constitution 1999 as amended, which means that the Constitution belongs to people of Nigeria. By the majority of the southern part of Nigeria and some part of the Middle Belt, you are going to bring in what we call revolution, peaceful process. It is also a democratic process. It is not military. You come together, tell Nigeria government that Nigeria is not working again. For that reason, the majority of people of Nigeria has come to take back their country. That is how revolution is done. It is protected under the Constitution, under international law, including under the national law, the Constitution of Nigeria. So you have to invoke Section 14 of 1999 Constitution as amended by revolting peacefully against the government of the day, which I believe are terrorist governments, sponsoring terrorism. Now, this is number one. Number two roadmap to getting Biafra is what the IPOB, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is doing today. Nnamdi Kanu is creating awareness globally. Nnamdi Kanu is lobbying. Remember, lobbying is very important, and lobbying is part of what he has explained here. Nnamdi Kanu is lobbying the United States. Nnamdi Kanu is forget about the attack or the way, the manner of his agitation or the manner he broadcast. He is lobbying and spending huge amount of money to lobby. And federal government of Nigeria, the presidency of Nigeria has acknowledged this for the first time. That is the second roadmap to Biafra. How would America influence the Biafra freedom? That is what we call veto power at the UN. There are countries that enjoy veto power in the United Nations, and America happens to be one of the countries that enjoy veto power. And somebody said we should not expose everything. That is actually true. That's why I said there are something I'm not going to say here, but those that are public knowledge, I am going to review it here. So number two is this friendship, like you mentioned, making friendship with the international community and all that. Now IPOB is doing that. So, and why am I claiming that he is using divisionary tactics to disrupt the Biafra struggle? If Emeka Emekesiri agrees that you need friendship with international community to get Biafra, why is he not in good term and working, at least, even if he wants to work separately, why is he not working with Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB so that we will speak in one voice? If Emeka Emekesiri believes that there is a due process And the due process will come from international due process and the national due process, which is using Nigeria customary law, which is not, it can never be possible. Why is he not channeling the energy to support Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB so that we'll have more weight? Now, if he also believes that there could be a unilateral declaration of Biafra by, first of all, making friendship with these world powers, that could now come to support Biafra when if there is a military action or something like that, why is he not using that same energy to support the Biafra agitators under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Remember, I am not a member. Remember, I am not an oath member. But because I am a true Biafran, I am a genuine Biafran who wants Biafra freedom. And I have seen that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB are doing the right thing, and a lot of people don't know what they are doing. Why is he not using the energy to support what they are doing so that we will not be seen as people that are divided? Because I have watched a lot, I have watched some of his videos, and time permits me, I am going to play some of his videos, at least one of the videos, where he was making references and claiming how we, the Biafra agitators, need to be tutored and oriented about the legality and all the ways we can go about Biafra instead of coming to shout on social media. That is the product of a divisionary tactics. Divisionary tactics is that you are agitating the same thing, wanting to use the same method that other people are using, at the same time condemning them, trying to portray yourself that we are not one. And this the aim of this debate today is, after this debate, what I'm going to present here, believe me, if my brother agrees, because now we have agreed on many things. We have agreed that, first of all, you need diplomatic relation. You need to make friends with both world powers to be able to get Biafra. You need to make sure that the powerful country recognizes you. That we are agreeing that it is part of the roadmap to Biafra. And I am telling him now that IPOB has gone so deep in that relationship, building that relationship with other nations. So if he agrees that this is one of the pathways to getting Biafra, why is he not supporting that brother, which is Nnamdi Kanu? He must not join him, but publicly to support so that it will show unification of Biafra. But when he go and tell people like he did now that we need to be tutored about Biafra, it seems he is bringing the divisionary tactics which the Fulani have used to cage and enslave us for many decades. Also, under this international relation, diplomacy, building friendship, on this ground, my whole argument is going to base. I'm going to base my whole argument today on the international relation. And that is why I've always said, if we do not get Biafra from Nigeria, we will bring Biafra from diaspora. This thing I have always said means a lot of things. That if Nigeria did not give us Biafra, we are going to bring Biafra from diaspora. He also talked about the mistake of 1967, the mistake we made. Yes, and that is the reason why we are very active on social media. He said that we have done a lot of awareness. I don't agree with him. We have not done a lot of awareness. He said we have done a lot of noise and it is time to go into action. I did not agree with him, because him is also making noise today, because now he's having broadcast every week, every Saturday. That means we still have a lot of noise to make. So the awareness, creating awareness, was one of the things we lacked the most in the 1967. And I dare to tell you today that I have been making an exposition of the United States secret document on Biafra. The secret document of the United States in 1969 suggests that US was turning back on Nigeria and embracing Biafra. The activities, the decision of the United States of America in 1969, which I have most of the secret documents, even from the CIA, suggests that the United States of America were turning back on Nigeria, and because we lack this diplomacy, We lacked this friendship with the Western world in those days. That was the reason nobody actually had access to the telegram between Nigeria government, federal military government of Nigeria and the United States of America. I believe that no Biafra activist had access to that document, because had it been they have access to the document, they would realize that the body language of America was changing, and there was a need not to embrace or harness that opportunity as it comes. So the third roadmap to Biafra is that we need to create this awareness globally, apart from making friends with this with this world power at the UN that have veto power, which we believe have business interest with the Nigerian government. But one thing is this: Nigeria is not working. When we are talking about referendum, my brothers should remember that you are talking about going back to 1953 structure of Nigeria, when you do not have Fulani herdsmen killing. You are talking about going back to 1953 structure when there were no Boko Haram. You are talking about going back to the old structure of Nigeria when Nigeria was a regional government, when there were no bandits. You were talking about going back to have a good structure and a referendum in Nigeria, and you want to go back to the old system when you had no Asaru terrorist group in Nigeria as at then. You are talking about restructuring Nigeria when Nigeria, that you want to restructure Nigeria to the old, to go back to the old days, when Nigeria has become in 2020 the third most dangerous terrorist country in the world. You are talking about, because people should separate 1968 or 1953 government, regional government of Nigeria with 2020. This problem have deteriorated to something that it has become irredeemable. So are you going to stay in a Nigeria, in a refined, structured Nigeria with Boko Haram? Is a restructured Nigeria going to stop Fulani from coming to your backyard to graze cow, to do their grazing? That's a question. Is restructuring Nigeria going to wipe away the interest of terrorists, 5 different terrorist groups that we have today in Nigeria that we did not have during the 1950s? These are the issues that ordinary person should consider before coming out to agitate for freedom of Biafra. Because freedom of Biafra should be freedom, total freedom, not freedom of Biafra in Nigeria. Freedom of Biafra in Nigeria can never be possible under the current structure with the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature controlled by the same people who want to take over Nigeria. So my reason and my point here with my brother is that he made a very nice point of the international, playing the international politics, but I am totally disagreeing with him for anything to do with restructuring Nigeria, anything to do with having a regional government in Nigeria, anything to do with Biafra in Nigeria, because the problem we have today is not just leadership problem. We have problem of terrorists, Fulani herdsmen coming to occupy our land, kill our women, rape our children, butcher them like animals. So restructuring will not stop them from coming. Regional government will not stop them from coming. So why do we have to restructure and have a regional government when we will still have them to come and kill our people and their agenda is taking over our land? So we need a total cutoff from them. And like I said, it is going to come from international community. It is going to come from Nigeria. It is also going to come from unilateral declaration of Biafra, either militarily or either through a protest. Because when you have a revolutionary protest, the revolutionary protest can bring anything to the nation. He mentioned about Yugoslavia also. And I am telling him today, the North Sudan and South Sudan, were they not part of British colony, but they had their independence. So the issue of Nigeria and Biafra need an in-depth knowledge so that people will not be misled. Like when you look at the comments and people say, I am attacking him, a lot of people are already commenting, I am attacking him, I am attacking him, because they already made up their mind, they don't want to listen to my argument, you know. So they say I'm attacking him. You see, we need to entangle this in-depth knowledge about Nigeria. You have to understand Nigeria before you can talk about disintegration, before you can talk about restructuring, before you can talk about any kind of regional government. Regional government in Nigeria can never work. I agree with him that we need to build our relationship with the Western world, which the IPOB, they are doing. I agree with him that we need to have diplomacy, which IPOB are doing. I agree with him that I don't know whether because he don't believe that Nigeria will never work again. I don't know about that. But like when he started his opening speech, he introduced himself as a real estate souvenir or something. I don't know whether that real estate is in the United Kingdom or in Nigeria, because those people shouting for one Nigeria or a restructured Nigeria have always something business interest in Nigeria, and that is what is carrying them away. That is what is carrying them away. So if his personal business or business interest or real estate interest is in Nigeria, that is understandable. Now I can understand why he is doing what he's doing. But I want to assure him that if Biafra comes today, every of his business interests will be secured under international law. So I stop here. I don't want to use 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you used more than 10 minutes because I wasn't even timing it. I'll let you talk. So let's give it up for Simon Ekpa.
And please, my sister, I am not attacking him, but we need to bring facts because the debate is between me and him. So I'm not attacking him. I'm calling his name because I need to mention his name because the debate is between me and him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We've all heard from both sides. We've heard from Barrister Emeka Emekesiri. Forgive me, however I mean I call it.
That's all right. No worries.
We've heard from him. We've equally heard from Simon Ekpa. So I'm sure all of you were taking notes while they were talking. I'm going to give us opportunities to ask questions, because I don't want it to be you guys talking back and forth, and it's nothing
exactly.
It's nothing personal at all. So we are all equal stakeholders in this struggle, and this struggle is bigger than anyone.
And my sister, I am appealing to Emeka Emekesiri. If after this debate he found out that there is some senses, especially the issue concerning restructuring Nigeria or having a regional government, if there is some senses in what I have said, I am also ready and open to embrace him as a brother. And let us champion this cause.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I was gonna give the audience opportunity to ask questions. Thank God today we have at least everybody. We're not too many. It's not like the 1,000 we had in Northern. So we're not too many. Everybody, most of us will get opportunity if we stick to time. So let me put my timers. We're gonna be asking questions. So who wants to ask questions? Let me look. Indicate by raising your hand digitally. Okay. The fellas wants to raise his hand already. So let me unmute you, and then you can ask questions. Unmute yourself. Please, if you want to ask questions, raise your hand digitally. How to do that? You go to the, I believe in the participants. There's, if you scroll down, there's an icon for you to raise your hand. So the ones to go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Adaejiagamba. My question is to Simon Ekpa. I am a veteran of the Biafran War, and I'm also a veteran of foreign war. Now, my question to you is this. I know that the current government we have in Nigeria are not really prepared for anything that Emeka was suggesting, because their idea was to soak the Quran in the Atlantic. And soaking the Quran in the Atlantic means that they want to Islamize us. They want to occupy, rape our women and children. That's their plan.
Yep.
That's something hashed out by Ahmadu Bello. But for you, what I'm hearing from you is the other way around. Now, as somebody who's been a veteran, I mean, there are certain things that might not be, feasible to discuss here. But do we have any plans? Because what you are saying is, if push comes to shove, we have to engage them, and engaging them is getting ourselves prepared for eventuality. That's war. What plans? What are we? Do we have the support we need? I'm not going to ask you to tell me what plans you're making or IQB is making, but are we sure that we have people that will support us going that route? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nzemosu.
Thank you very much. Do I go ahead? Do I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead and answer the question.
Okay. So thank you, Nzemosu. That was a very brilliant question. And the truth is that I am very, very happy that you acknowledge the fact that because of the present government in Nigeria, the approach of my brother, Emeka Emekesiri, is dead on arrival. I am very, very happy for acknowledging that. Number two is that for those who feel that this government is coming and going, that those kind of people should also have a rethink, because this government has come to stay. This government will never come and go. So why am I saying this? I am saying this because if you have agreed that with the kind of government we have on ground now, this kind of approach of Emeka Emekesiri and his group will never work, means that it will never ever work, because this government has come and stayed. They have hijacked the judiciary, they have hijacked the executive, they have hijacked the National Assembly, and the law, even the state judiciary has been hijacked by them. They have stripped the governors, the only power they have to control the judiciary, which is part of the fund of the state judiciary, has been hijacked from these people. So it have rendered governors incapacitated by taking away the judiciary from the state governors. That is number two.
Point of order. Asking you, are we prepared for war? That's what he's asking. How ready are we for war?
Please, can you not interrupt me? Can you not interrupt me? I will never speak a word when you are talking. So please, when you have your time, you will talk as much as you want. I will never utter a word. So please don't interrupt me when I'm talking, because if you interrupt me, you are disturbing.
Okay, guys, gentlemen.
You see, I'm not going to interrupt you, but anyway. So what I'm saying is that why I'm making this reference is that it is in connection with the question. It is in connection with the question. So now, why he said if we are ready militarily, I would say this. Of course, it is not everything that we say public, but I will say this. We will be ready militarily if the need arises, because the friendship we are making today, which my brother Emeka Emekesiri said that we need friendship, it's not only friendship on diplomacy. It is going to be on friendship on anything that is going to happen. And I'm telling you now that even in the Biafra War, during the Biafra War, when the friendship were not there, from 1969 telegram between the U.S. Department of State and the ambassador to Nigeria and to the federal military government of Nigeria, they were already turning their back on Nigeria and embracing Biafra. They turned down Gowon request not to sell the air cargo to the American Church Relief Agency, because they claim that they are going to use that aircraft to smuggle arms to Biafra. So American government rejected this request from Gowon, which means they turned Nigeria government down at the dying minute. and nobody from Biafra land knew this. Now, after that, the Nigerian government turned to Russia, and you begin to see the presence of Russia in Biafra land, in Nigeria. And the American government warned the Nigerian military government about the presence of Russians in Nigeria. So if the war breaks, what we are doing now is making friends with this powerful nation, telling them our problem, and believe me, no country is happy with Nigeria today. Nigeria have shown the impunity of the highest order. So any same government, the only thing that makes the other country to still do business with Nigeria is because Nigeria continues to remain a sovereign state of a sovereign state. So they have to respect that international treaty. They have to respect that international law, and they have business interests in Nigeria. So long as Biafra is still not a country yet, they have to continue to do business with Nigeria. So I will tell you, when the time comes, by the time we finish our awareness and this friendship we are making now, when the time comes, you will see the nations, the powerful nations of the world back in Biafra. We are not terrorist people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you want to raise your hand, you do it digitally, because if you are doing like this, I wouldn't know whether you want to ask questions or you're just acknowledging. Raise your hand digitally. Right now, I have like 9 people that raise their hands. So I'm saying that to Chief Robinson was raise your hand digitally. So I'm going to go by the order of the people that raise their hands so that nobody accuses me of being partial to any particular person. I don't know anybody personally here. Oh, well, I take that back. So I have Favor. I will unmute yourself. And
okay. Thank you very much. Because when you were here, so that you can understand, I'm coming from a professional background. I'm a graduate of political science. I have my master's in international relations.
Okay,
and I have
because
okay, I'm also a soldier here. I know I have taken troops to Afghanistan. I keep saying it. I know how nations take decisions to support nation or not. I already know here, no deceive about America and all those things. I am telling you the honest truth. Why the US got involved or involved NATO now Kosovo was because it was election time for Bill Clinton. And during that period, the Irish Americans had their stake, and to woo that vote to make the difference, he went into that war. The same reason Obama empowered gay, LGBT here, because he needed to consolidate his re-election. You don't understand how these things work. It's not just what you say. Then another truth, if you look at what happened in Syria, the Syrian rebels thought that the US will support them like we are thinking now. And up to today, go there and ask them questions. So from pragmatic point of view, my question is, your strategies, both of you, in what countries do you have examples of where they work? That is one. Number two is, please, nobody is more Igbo than the rest. And that is our problem. Everybody thinks you are not. We are all equal stakeholders. Let us understand it. We can come from different and to be again, to be fair to everybody. Simon, my concern with IPOB as of today is that IPOB is doing more to alienate people from their struggle by their cooperative stance with other people. You don't see anybody. Yes, you don't have.
Thank you so much, sir. Your time is up. So,
okay.
I don't know if you asked the question.
I think the question was directed at me now, right?
Okay, Simon, just a minute. That question is directed to both of you because we want to hear both of you. So I'm going to give you guys. Like I need to be strict about this because people,
The first thing is I want to react to.
So 2 minutes for both of you to react to the question. So let Simon go first. Simon, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, my sister. First of all, I want to tell my brother from that just spoke now that the Syria issue is totally different. Syria, we are not looking for an independent state. They were looking for change of government in Syria. So it cannot be compared to Biafra. Second of all, we should know that Nigeria of today is breeding criminal. Nigeria is bringing criminals to international community. They are bringing fraud, internet fraudsters. They are bringing terrorists, which have posed a very serious danger to international community, including to America. So America will do everything. Not only America, European Union, they will do everything to make sure that the impending danger that Nigeria is posing to international community must be stopped. And it is our responsibility to tell them how this impending danger that is about to come to America will stop. It is our responsibility. We have to give them the responsibility. We have to tell them how to end this problem. And it is by making this lobbying, making this friendship with them. You mentioned about IPOB. I am telling you today, you don't know I am not an oath member of IPOB. So that actually disputes your opinion about IPOB, because you said that IPOB is making people who are not their member to be. I don't understand the question, but anyway, however, the question, you are throwing the question out as if IPOB is like isolating people or isolating themselves, that if you are not a member of IPOB, you cannot be part of them. But I'm telling you today, as I'm standing and sitting here, I am not an oath member of IPOB, but IPOB, you know, acknowledge what I'm doing for the restoration of Biafra, and I love them because I know they are genuinely
your time is up anyway. Your time is up. Thank you. Go ahead,
Now, listen. I want to. This is from the United States. This is from the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, page 27. Verse 27. This is from United States Publishing. Now, they listed your IPOB under page 27, attacks in house of worship. They now say, in Anambra State, in May, media reported that members of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a group seeking Biafra independence, attacked 5 Christians, including a priest, for holding a mass in defiance of IPOB orders to stay at home. Now, this is a report from the United States. And based on that report, this report was given in April 2020. And then in June, then President Trump now passed the executive order on advancing international religious freedom. That was the 2nd June 2020. And then used your name, the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu, as you said, has entered into their record as a group that is to be watched. In fact, for that now, Nigeria has entered their record as a country of particular concern. So if you're talking about diplomacy, that your group is talking with the American government, that is not true. And I have seen records where Anthony Nnadi has made presentation to the United Nations, to the United States Congress. I've seen such presentations. So if you are talking about people reaching or speaking at the United States Congress or making inroads, I think you give credit to Tony Nnadi, because I have seen his work in reaching out. So for you now to say what he did is what you have done, that is not correct. Now let me read out also what your own group. Now you're talking about diplomacy and
okay. All right, your 2 minutes is up, sir. I'm timing in. Thank you.
Okay, don't want me to read this one.
Well,
Can I respond with 1 minute?
No. We're not gonna have that back and we're not gonna have that back and forth. When the next person asks question, hold on your thought, then you can use it. We're gonna keep to this time, otherwise we're not gonna get out of here. So I have a lot of people that raise their hands, and I will call on Dr. Patrick Ude. Go ahead. Unmute yourself. You muted yourself.
All right. Okay, am I through? All right.
Hold on, let me put your timer, because I don't want you to just start. All right, go ahead.
All right, my name is Dr. Adaejiagamba Patrick Ude. I live in New York. I support any movement for Biafra. However, my question is basically on the strategy. I have listened to the 2 young men. You guys did a brilliant job. But for Mr. Ekpa, I did not get a clear road map. By the way, I have a PhD in strategic management, and that's what I teach. So there is no clear roadmap. You said you will bring Biafra from the diaspora, and that will be assumed through war. My question is, have you talked to the people of Biafra to know if they want another war? That's number one. Secondly, if you're not going the route of war, what effort have IPOB made to gain a political control on the ground, so that, because I have not really seen a self-determination group that has been won from abroad. Catalonia, Scotland, Quebec, all these have political control. What effort are you doing, both of you, to gain political control on the ground? Those are my...
Thank you. At least you stuck to 10. All right. So who want to go first? I think
I can start. I can start. Okay. So first of all, let me address
hold
the
on,
issue of the...
Hold on. I gotta time you because I don't want it to start all over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let me first of all address the issue he raised from the report of the United States also. First of all, he mentioned that according to media reports, so the United States, wherever, or the UN, wherever the report was coming from Nigeria. It was what a Nigerian media report wrote that they copied and pasted there. Like you heard him say, according to the media report. So that media report, first of all, should verify whether the media report was factual. They are finding whether how accuracy it is that IPOB attacked. That is one. Number two is that he mentioned Tony Nadi. Now I should know where he's coming from. These are one Nigeria people looking for new Nigeria, movement of new Nigeria in Nigeria. So I'm not surprised you mentioned Tony Nadi to justify my claim, my earlier allegation about your movement. Another thing is that this, my brother asked about, as you talk about the people of Biafra, whether we have talked about the people of Biafra. First of all, let me correct you. I did not say we are bringing Biafra from diaspora through war. No, that is not what I say. I say we are bringing Biafra from diaspora. It doesn't suggest that it is through war. But I am saying, answering to the question of our brother, that what if it happens that they bring war to us? Of course, we have to fight the war if they bring the war to us. Nigeria is already at war. You asked about political control. It is not possible to have political control in Nigeria at the moment, because I will use Imo State as example. Anybody who wants to bring you, who wants to tell you that they want to control, they want to put their people in Nigeria and Nigeria politics, it is impossible. It cannot happen. That is why I said they have a hijacked judiciary. They will declare Nigeria and tell you to go to court. So Emeka Emekesiri knows this very well. Putting your person in government or in political offices in Nigeria is not possible.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I need to time you too. Go ahead, Barrister Emekesiri.
Now, he is talking about Nigerian politicians controlling politics in Biafra land. That is his problem. At the moment, the politicians you have there are Nigerian politicians. Whether you call them Igbo people or Biafran people, they are Nigerian politicians. We are talking about Biafran activists taking over power in Biafra land, taking control of our region. Biafran activists, not Nigerian politicians. All these people, in fact, we have not got any Biafran politician yet. These people were all voted in as Nigerian politicians. They did not go in with a mission to advocate for Biafran independence. This is different from what you're having in Scotland, where Scottish activists enter the parliament and begin to advocate for Scottish independence. This is different. We are yet to have Biafran politicians, and this is why we have started grooming and training up Biafran politicians now to have our own political party. Remember, it is the chairman of the political party that decides who runs for this election, who runs for this post, who runs for Senate, who runs for the House of Assembly. It is the chairman. That means you have to control the political party you will use. So Biafrans have to have their own political party, just like SNC, Scottish National Party, SNP in Scotland. That is Scottish National Party. They have their own political party for the activists, So we're talking about Biafran activists. So you're making a mistake by saying, no, it cannot work. It cannot work because you have failed to do it. when Biafran activism started in 1999, they did not create Biafra, they did not groom and train Biafran politicians. We're not talking about Nigerian politicians. That's what you are misunderstanding. We're talking about Biafran politicians, train them and give them an assignment. This is what you are going for. They now go as Biafran.
Okay, your time is up, sir. Thank you so much.
Can I respond?
No, you're not
Okay.
responding nothing. I'm calling on the Chief Fred Nwankwo to unmute himself and ask his question. You gotta unmute yourself. You muted yourself. If you're not ready, I'm moving on to the next person.
Okay. Thank you very much, Barrister Emekesiri and Simon Ekpa. I commend you for what you're doing. However, Mr. Ekpa, I don't think it's unknown to anybody that I'm very, very skeptical about IPOB. And I don't say it out of disrespect. Let me tell you why I say that. One of the things you said here is that the Nigerian government is breeding terrorists. But my concern is that, like somebody insinuated to you earlier, you have to win the people you are fighting for. There is a lot of concerns from Igbos about IPOB, not because we don't like Nnamdi Kanu, we sympathize with what he's going through. But the reality is that as an Igbo man, me, Fred Nwankwo, I'm very concerned about a Biafra that is run by this group of IPOB agitators, because you tend to do what you accuse the Nigerian government of. You terrorize Igbo people, you intimidate Igbo people. In the last election, there was something going viral on WhatsApp with an IPOB member that was looking like he had smoked 10,000 whatever of weed, threatening that if anybody steps into the streets to go and vote, he's gonna deal with them. That's not how you deal with people you're trying to help. So I'd like you to address that.
Your time is up, sir. Okay, hold on. Let me restart the stuff. Go ahead, Simon.
Yes. First of all, let me address what my brother Emeka Emekesiri said. He said that he's talking about Biafra activists coming into a political position in Nigeria. I am pointing it out clearly. Bringing in Biafra activists to take over control of political offices in Nigeria is not possible. I make reference to what happened in Imo State. For example, Ihedioha is perceived to be pro-Igbo governor, or was perceived to be a pro-Igbo governor. What did the federal government do? They have installed a judiciary, Tanko Mohammed, and they declared Hope Uzodinma a winner from 4th position. Everybody knows that it is not possible. Emeka Emekesiri is a lawyer, he's a legal expert. He knows that under normal circumstances, Hope Uzodinma is not supposed to be the governor of Imo State. But they have removed that Ihedioha, installed him, and heaven will not fall. So the issue of Biafra activists coming to take over political offices is dead on arrival. It is not possible, and this government has come to stay. My brother also asked about being concerned about the IPOB. My brother, when you see, you just use one person to make reference. IPOB have made it very clear that after Biafra is restored, like when you have independent or referendum of Biafra, they are going to dissolve IPOB. I think that this statement has answered you. Nnamdi Kanu made it very clear that after this whole Biafra, that they are going to dissolve IPOB. IPOB was constituted to make sure they fight for Biafra, and you don't agitate for freedom with a clear eye. So when you see one person doing like that, you cannot generalize it that IPOB is evil. I am not oath member of IPOB, but I'm defending them because I have researched so deep into knowing what is going on and what they are doing. And everything I said here is verifiable. Thank you very much.
Your time is up, sir. Your time is up. So let's see who else has a raised hand. Levi Ekon, unmute yourself. Emera, I believe. Unmute yourself. Guys, you need to be ready if you raise your hand so that we don't spend time asking you to unmute yourself. Are you ready, or do I move to the next person?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. We're hearing you.
Actually, my point is contribution in the struggle to actualize Biafra on independent state of Biafra. I think every hand must be on deck. A situation that when we see a section, a part as fighting against themselves wouldn't work. And the situation that we receive threats from every nook and cranny from different people, as long as those people don't have the same belief or have a little form of disagreement with you, should stop. Otherwise, we end up wasting time, right? You cannot be fighting for yourself, then at the same time, having a lot of division against yourself. So what I'm trying to put across is this. IPOB and whosoever and the other splinter groups that are agitating for Biafra should come together. We may disagree to agree, but we have to put across very pregnant message that within ourselves, we can work as a team and as a people. Otherwise, the struggle will be dead on arrival. That's my little contribution.
All right, thank you.
So can I respond to that?
What are you responding again to? Is a contribution?
No, it is a very good. It's a very good statement.
Go ahead.
I want to 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. This my brother just spoke now exactly what we are looking for, and that's why I said to Emeka Emekesiri, if your agenda and the IPOB agenda have something in common, especially with the international politics in it, why don't you bring it in and work together with them instead of bringing these divisionary tactics? That is why I use the word divisionary tactics to continue to maintain one Nigeria. So this divisionary tactics is what is the reason why I have come here today to even debate with him, because we need to end all this division, all this group and group. We need to end it.
Okay. If that is I think can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fine. The first thing is why can't we work together? Two cannot work together except they are in agreement. That is, their minds and their spirits are in agreement. Now that you know that we believe that we can put Biafran activists in power, and you don't believe it, you say it is not possible. Even if we have our own political party, that we cannot present our own Biafran candidate, you say it's not possible. You can see that we are not reasoning the same way. We don't have the same mind. We are not moving the same. So it's not possible for two to work together except they be in agreement. Now, for me, let me read out something you said. When I say you, that is your group. This is written. It's in public domain. Every calamity that has ever befallen the Biafran people in the expired Lugard contraption flourishing named Nigeria were perpetrated by those Igbos born outside Biafra land of dubious and questionable parentage. The list is endless, right from Dr. Azikiwe to the fool called Ekpa Biasika, whom I am certain is in hell. Henceforth, and in keeping with our oath, all saboteurs will be caught and executed. There will be no mercy, no pardon, no forgiveness. All traitors must die, and so to their families. This nonsensical disease of Igbo saboteurs springing up all over the place in the name of having a different opinion on Biafra liberation will no longer be tolerated, especially those who claim they are Biafrans, but they are supporting APC or APC candidates, unquote. The best antidote to lies and deceit is truth. The best antidote to treachery and sabotage is death. To all the amateur lawyers experimenting with Biafra independence in Nigerian law court and their shameless deceit, your end is near. This is the PM edition of Radio Biafra live broadcast of 14 June 2014 from Enugu, the capital city of Biafra land. In this episode, 3 questions Bilie, APC, BHRI will never answer, and which they must be pressured to provide answers are: 1. Why is Bilie, APC, BHRI continuing to deceive Biafrans with a court case when there is no recorded case in history where a country got independence through the legal method? Ask them to name one country that got freedom through the court. Say no to further deceit in the name of Biafra. Join the revolution today. Without violence, there will be no Biafra. No country wants to have freedom through legal method. This legal method rubbish is fraud. No compromise, no retreat, no surrender, Biafra or death, unquote. Now, this is from your group. You can see the mindset. This legal methodology is a fraud. And therefore, and you cannot get Biafra except by violence. So when you see this is your manifesto, and you said I will not join you, meanwhile, it is because of this thing, because you're asking question, why shouldn't I join your group? Why should I join your group when it was Nnamdi that was excommunicated? This is the excommunication. It's in the public domain because it's published all over the world. When he was ostracized on 12th of May 2014, when he was ostracized from the original indigenous people of Biafra. Indigenous people of Biafra, I created it. It's in this book. Go and read it and know the why it was created and called indigenous people of Biafra. So why should I create? It's an insult to say I should join you. It is just an insult. Someone that was excommunicated for gross misconduct for all the evils he's committed. You are trying to, making it a person that I should join you, I should join you. That is stupidity. Why should I join somebody that in fact right now he's standing trial under Section 8 of the Criminal Code? Any person that is a member of his organization is also an accused person because under Section 8, that joint enterprise, joint purpose, the law of joint purpose, every member of his group is also standing trial because that is the law. So how can I join a person that is already standing trial? In fact, how can I even join somebody that the elders ostracized and excommunicated and place a curse on him? He's under a curse. How can I do that? You are talking and talking and talking. He said that I have business interests in Nigeria. I think you don't know who I am. I said I am a barrister and solicitor, a chartered estate surveyor and valuer, and a pastor. That's what I said. Did I tell you I have business? I have estates in Nigeria. You see how you understand your thing. That's your own type of understanding. You say you're a legal expert. I don't know where your chambers is, but I have my chambers both in London and in Nigeria. I have my chambers. I don't know where you practice. So what we're talking about, I said I am a barrister and solicitor, a chartered estate surveyor and valuer, and a pastor. I didn't say I have estates in Nigeria. That is stupid inference you are making. That is foolishness. You can't just be talking like that. So I am a barrister and solicitor. Barrister of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, solicitor of England and Wales, chartered estate surveyor and valuer, and pastor. And that's what I am. And I should say what I am. But to say I have businesses, listen, okay, now let us talk about having businesses in Nigeria. Listen, the scripture, the Bible or the spiritual principle says, the Igbo people have their wealth all over Nigeria. Abuja, Lagos, Kaduna, all over Nigeria, the Igbo people have their wealth. And you have to do this struggle in such a way that you protect their interest. So we don't want them to lose what they have. They have lost so much. After the war, we were made paupers. I passed through the war. I passed through the war as a little boy. I don't know how old you were during the war. I am 60 years old now. I don't know how old you are. So I passed through the war. I'm talking with experience. Our people started from the scratch and they have built up. It's a miracle how they built up the wealth again. And now you want them to lose their wealth again. Everything has a process. If we have our regional government over a period of time, they'll get ready. They can start relocating their industries and their investments over time. And then later our parliament will pass a bill of referendum for independence. And then we will vote, just like Scotland is voting now, whether to pull out from Britain or to remain in Britain. So it is at that stage that our people, the Biafran parliament, will pass the bill and our people will vote whether to pull out entirely or to remain in Nigeria. But to say all their wealth, all their resources, all their investments in Nigeria should be destroyed because you are looking for Biafra, they are going to fight against you. All our people, all the Biafrans, both in Lagos or Abuja or so on, remember, they also are Biafrans, and you are not more Biafran than those people that are in Lagos. You are not more Biafran than those people that are in Abuja. And they have investments all over Nigeria, and they cannot allow their investments to be destroyed. The same way the international community, Britain has investments, France has investments, Canada has investments, all of them have investments in Nigeria. And therefore, they cannot allow you to destroy their investment because of your agitation for Biafra. That is why we are saying it has to go through due process. First of all, restructure. There's something you talked about restructuring, that our own region, that Fulani can still come into our region and possess it, is a lie. That means you don't know what restructuring means. You don't know the component, the content, the powers vested in the regions. What we're talking about regional government is regional autonomy. Do you know what's autonomy? Autonomy means autonomy. You are on your own, even though answering Nigeria. Autonomy is what we're talking about, not just an association inside one Nigeria. We're talking about autonomy. Go and know the meaning of autonomy. So we're talking about autonomous government. So when we have autonomy, we're able to control our territory, and no Fulani can come in because we now have power to protect our territory. Right now, even though the governor of the state is the chief security officer of the state, but because he's under Nigerian command, under the command from Abuja, he is not capable. But when we have our regional command, hey, who is Fulani to come into our region without our approval? Who is he? That is when we have our regional army, regional power, regional soldier, regional security. Who? So I don't think you're understanding what regional autonomy means. That is the problem. We are talking about regional autonomy. And rule himself inside one Nigeria. It's just like a loose kind of federation. So that the center is just weak, very loose. But the power now is in the region. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you so much. I can see the passion there. Thank you for the clarification. I need some other people raise their hands. Just give me 1 second to. Okay. Let's see. Jeff, I don't know who Jeff is. Jeff, unmute yourself. You raise your hand.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
My question or my comment, first of all, is to you, Barrister Emeka.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought that before you achieve this, your regional autonomy or your regional government, because of course, I don't know the timeline which you are putting on your strategy.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought that before this is actualized, the Igbo land would have been overrun and ravaged by what is happening presently? That's number one. The second thing is to both of you. Remember, I am not on anybody's side. I am on the side of the poor masses of Igbo land who are suffering and passing through pain at this moment. Now to the both of you, what is the strategy you are using to woo Britain as it is? Britain owns Nigeria. I don't think you people are thinking in that light. Britain owns Nigeria. We think Nigeria is independent. Yes, we've gotten independent, but are they truly independent as it is? Britain still has a very, very strong hold on Nigeria. So what is your strategy in ensuring that Britain is on the side of the struggle, or at least understanding that Biafra needs to be on their own? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I?
You want to go first? Go ahead.
Yes. So, Mr. Moderator, thank you very much. I hope you will remember not to tell me 2 minutes. So that
I have to time it, otherwise you guys will talk forever on one topic.
No, because that will become a corruption in Nigeria if you do not allow me to talk the exact way Emeka Emekesiri talks.
Okay, go ahead. You're already talking. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So now, my brother talked about Nnamdi Kanu be a standing trial. Let me put it to him that the first president of Nigeria, the first president of the democratic Nigeria in 1999 came out from prison. Is Olusegun Obasanjo is still alive today. That somebody is standing a trial which international community have not recognized IPOB. IPOB has not done anything to suggest that they are a terrorist group to be recognized by international community. But he is already telling you that for the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is starting trial, it means that the IPOB is dead on arrival. But I'm telling him now that in 1999, the president of Nigeria came out from prison to become president, Olusegun Obasanjo. And you said you are a lawyer, chartered, whatever, and barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. You were there as all these things you mentioned. Are you going to tell me that the removal of Chief Justice of Nigeria was constitutional? Of course, the answer is no, except if you are being partial. You also, you were there as a Nigeria, you have your chamber in Nigeria. You don't know where I have my chamber. If you want to know where I have my chamber, go and search it on the internet. You have your chamber in Nigeria. You were there as a lawyer, and somebody in Imo State who won election was removed with impunity. And you are a lawyer. You also claim to be a lawyer in London, and the CGN did not go the due process which you are seeking now to get Biafra. And what are the due process here? The due process is that when you are charged or when you are being investigated by any financial and economic commission or financial crime and economic commission of Nigeria, you need to undergo due process by going through the National Judicial Council of Nigeria. The CGN Onegan did not go through National Judicial Council, and you are a lawyer, you know this. Now, there is somebody called Justice Taiwo. Justice Taiwo a few weeks ago or a few days ago, EFCC filed petition against Justice Taiwo. The EFCC petition went through the National Judicial Council of Nigeria, which Tanko Mohammed was the head of this Judicial Council. And what did the Judicial Council do? They told EFCC, they dismissed the petition of the EFCC. They said the EFCC petition lacked merit. Is it the responsibility of the National Judicial Council to declare a petition written by the Economic and Financial Commission of Nigeria, Economics and Crime Financial Commission of Nigeria? Is it the responsibility of the National Judicial Council to declare the EFCC petition as lacking merit? The answer is no, and you know all this. And you are sitting here telling me how you are the barrister of and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, where you have in your law school in Nigeria, you have people paying cleaner 32 million naira per annum, and you are probably groomed from that place. Now, you talked about this. My brother talked about the strategy that we are using. You see, what I have to say is this: the issue of the strategy that we are using on Biafra is very, very simple. We are creating awareness, and this debate today that you are watching now is part of the awareness we are creating. The awareness continues. How do we get United Kingdom to buy idea of Biafra or support Biafra exit? First of all, I want to tell you that the United Kingdom was part of the freedom of North and South Sudan. North and South Sudan got their independence.
You shut up.
No matter how they are living today, is not our business, because we can never live like South and North Sudan. It is uncomparable. So the British government, this is one of the secrets. This, in fact, this issue you just raised now is one of my strong points for joining Biafra. And there are things I'm not going to make public here. But how to get British is very, very intact, step by step on how to get British, which I'm not going to make public here. For one reason. For one reason. The reason being that I don't want the people like Emeka Emekesiri to go and block or fight against it. Like you hear him mentioning how the business of people in Nigeria, mentioning the business of Igbos in Nigeria, and he's a lawyer, knowing fully well that when North Sudan and South Sudan divided, British were involved. There were British involvement in the freedom of Southern Sudan. When Soviet Union were dissolved, it was as a matter of a revolution, invoking the constitution, part of the constitution of the Soviet Union. And at the end of the day, each person that were found that were living in Russia and owned property in Russia, all their property were protected. The same thing has happened all over the world. Any place you have an independent or an independent state, the property of those persons are always protected. It happened between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Their properties are protected. It happened in Singapore. Their properties are protected. It is going to happen in Nigeria, and the properties of Igbos in Nigeria will be protected. So, then how do we, I'll have to chip in, how do we get Britain? Because it is not everything I will make public, but there is some things that are already in public knowledge. How do you get British is that, first of all, we need to understand that the British of today is not, or are not the British of 1967. The way we are now, the new British, the new Biafra, the new generation of Biafra is the same way you have new generation of British. And believe me, we will stop at nothing to see that British is part of disintegration and the freedom of Biafra, disintegration of Nigeria and freedom of Biafra, just the way they participated actively in North Sudan and South Sudan. Also, it is going to be even for the interest of British to see Nigeria disintegrated. Do you know why? The reason is this. Nigeria today, when I say Nigeria is breeding terrorists, you see this man started by tagging, instead of making reference to Fulani herdsmen, he did not make reference to Fulani herdsmen as terrorists in Nigeria. Rather, he started writing on what Ekpa wrote in 2014. The IPOB wrote something in 2014. Now tell me, has there not been involving in the activities of IPOB in 2020? IPOB has called for boycott of election on several occasions, and at the same time called off the boycott of the election in Biafra land. The last one was between this during the presidential election. IPOB called for a boycott of election in Biafra land, and at the end of the day, they call off the boycott. Does that now tally with what you read now of 2014? It means that change is constant. So what the IPOB used in 2014, immediately when they were formed, and if I'm not mistaken, IPOB was formed between 2012 or 2013 or so. So if in 2014 they came to make a such statement, which is in line with agitators and freedom fighters, that statement is in line. It has not breached any international law. That statement is in line. It happened with the NCNC of the South Africa during the time of apartheid regime. And what we have in Nigeria now is an apartheid regime, whether you like it or not. When a minority controls the majority with a lot of impunity, terrorist, hostility, intimidation, it becomes appetite. And now, even if IPOB come to use such statements, it can be justifiable because the highest impunity is happening in Nigeria today. So now, why are you now making reference to IPOB and you are not making reference to herdsmen? You are not making reference to Boko Haram. You are not making reference to bandits. You are not making reference to Asaru. You are not making reference to all the 5 different terrorist groups that has been ranked by international, the terrorism index international. You are not making reference to them. You say Nigeria is breeding terrorists, and you are making reference to IPOB as if IPOB has been ranked or recognized as a terrorist group globally. It is not. It is only Nigeria. And the only reason Nigeria did that was to continue to suppress the Biafra people and use you, Emeka Emekesiri, as a willing tool to continue to bring division. And that is what we are calling that it should end from today. Thank you very much.
Okay, he asked me what have we been doing to get Britain into the equation. That is the question he asked. There's nothing secret. Simon said there are some secrets they have with British government. We don't have that secret. We have meetings with the British government. This is the letter signed by Boris Johnson. Let me read it out here. And this is the document we sent to British government, and that is it. This one, that was when Boris Johnson was the Foreign Secretary of State. This one is dated 13th February 2018. Permanent solution to the Nigeria-Biafra conundrum based on the British government policy of 1969. Memorandum presented to the British Parliament by indigenous people of Biafra who are the claimants in suit number FHC/OW/CS/192/2013 in the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Owerri Judicial Division. Now, this was by the authority of the Supreme Council of Elders of Indigenous People of Biafra, dated 13th February 2018. Now, this was the memorandum. We had meetings with them 3 times. You're asking me what effort have we done? Because Britain owns Nigeria. Yes, I agree with you. Britain owns Nigeria. Britain created Nigeria. If you are talking about, in fact, we can say Britain has patent rights. If you create a product, that product, you have patent right over it. Whether people like it or not, it is true that Britain created Nigeria. Even if you say it's for their purpose, for economic purpose, yes. Even if it's for economic purpose, they own Nigeria. So before you can do anything to Nigeria, you must sit down with them and talk it over, discuss it. With them, sit down with them and talk it over. So we have had meetings with them 3 times. And the 3rd time, they now asked for this memorandum. And this memorandum, before it was sent to them, the elders, the Supreme Council of Elders of Indigenous People of Biafra, sat down and discussed and agreed on what to present. So it was at the end of it that we now send this to them. Of course, they responded. After some months, they responded. And it was Boris Johnson who signed it. And it was on the 4th of May, 2018. The reference number for the letter MIN/118568/2018. It was Boris Johnson who signed it. He said that the UK welcomed the determination expressed in the memorandum from the indigenous people of Biafra to work to resolve any grievances peacefully. We continue to underline the importance of acting in accordance with the rule of law with all parties, including the Nigerian government. Now, the first sentence they said is, the UK fully supports the territorial integrity of Nigeria. So they said the UK supports the territorial integrity of Nigeria. They would not allow Nigeria to break up. Then they now said they accepted the proposal contained in this memorandum. And what was the proposal? Like I said to you, before this proposal was sent to them, the elders of the land, the elders of the land had to sit down to discuss what do the Igbos really want. So it is not one person's opinion. If you go now and make a referendum and make a vote, you will see the majority of Igbos what they want. They now say, okay, Britain, since you say you don't want Nigeria to disintegrate, okay, let us now use the British model of having states within nations. That, like we have Scotland, England, Ireland, North Ireland, and Wales, the 4 countries in one Britain. So we can also have 6 countries in one Nigeria. The Southeast can be a country, Southwest, South-South, North Central, Northeast, Northwest, each one bear your name. Southeast can answer Biafra, Southwest can answer Oduduwa, the other one can answer Arewa, the other one can answer Delta, any name they want in one country. If Britain can have 4 nations in one to become Great Britain, Nigeria can as well have 6 nations in one to become Great Nigeria. So if you go now and ask questions, ask Ndi Igbo, ask all the Biafrans, Mandela, Abuja, Mandela, Lagos, everywhere they are, ask them what they want. You will see that they want this kind of model. Yes, we want outright independence. Every person wants outright independence, but there is a process for it. Every person wants outright independence, but there is, and I go 1 before I go 2. There's the first step before second step. So the next step the people want now is to be given autonomous status to govern themselves and control their resources and control their region. And that is what the British government said they have accepted. That is they said they have accepted. Now, there is something Simon said, that there is something that I have not found people to move the motion. Yeah, he mentioned it when we were making before. People to move the motion in the National Assembly, because Boris Johnson, then he was foreign secretary, now he is the prime minister. He now said that the restructuring into regional government should be debated in a democratic way. That is, that it should be debated, and to debate it has to be in the parliament. Now, that was why I said the 4 regions, we have enough votes to vote and pass this bill. If somebody among the 4 regions, the senators, can present this bill, then the question is, he said, why is it that they are not able to present it? Why are they dragging their feet? Why haven't they? That is what we are doing now. We are moving now, pushing to see how that bill will be presented. So you may say it is not possible to present that bill, but let us watch. But we are pushing to see how that bill will be presented and debated. And once it is done, I am sure that 4 regions against 2, 4 regions against 2, I am sure we shall defeat them. So you may say why we are pushing to get one of the senators to move that bill, move that motion, and let the debate start. And the Britons said, as long as it is done by the rule of law, by the due process, they will recognize the outcome of the debate. So we are adopting the British model of nations in one country. Scotland, Ireland, Wales, England in one country. And as they grow, anyone that wants to pull out can now pass a bill in its own regional parliament to be free, just like Scotland is doing now. They can now pass the bill to be free. So that is what we have done. So if you say we are going to hide it from, no, we're not hiding it. If you can verify, you can call the British government now, call them on phone and quote this number, this reference number, whether this letter came from them. There's nothing, no secret about it. They said they are in support of what we are saying, what we are doing, but it has to be done in a democratic way. It has to be debated in a democratic way. There is no secret about it. If say there's a secret we are having with British government, there's no secret. They have told us what they want. And if you don't want to follow that, you say you want to fight the war, okay, you can start fighting the war and let us see.
Okay.
Can Adaejiagamba, can I respond or do I wait for question?
We can wait for question because we don't want to turn it into back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to get out the people that raise their hands. So, Sylvia Kuta, lower your hand and ask your question. Unmute yourself rather and ask your question. Okay, Sylvia Kuta. Okay, while he's not ready, I'm going to move on to the next person. Professor.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry, my name. Hello.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my name is Sylvia Kuta. My question goes to Simon Ekpa. Simon, you said you are lobbying the United States of America towards giving independence from the diaspora. I don't quite agree with you because everything has to go through the United Nations. And there are 5 world powers at the United Nations. That is China, Britain, France, and Russia. They all have to agree before UN can even intervene in any country. By the way, I've never seen any country that the United Nations went into to go and divide without any war processes. I'll give you an example. South Sudan fought a war for like 22 years.
Yes.
Before the UN came to South Sudan to divide South Sudan into 2. Kosovo too fought a war. Yugoslavia had a problem before they were divided. So I don't know the process you want to take Biafrans through now. So can you be able to like explain what you mean or the route you want to go through, please?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, you have mentioned the 5 veto power at the UN. And why I made reference to those 5 veto power at the UN is that there is need for us to, have this friendship and relationship with these countries, which I have said the IPOB are doing. And of course, where the IPOB have more ground at the moment, I would say is in the US, in the United States of America. There could be other places like the UK, of course. But the 5 countries you mentioned, Russia, Britain, France, and China, these are the veto power, and we need at least 2 or 3 of this country to see success at the United Nations.
No, you don't
remember,
need you need all the 5 countries.
Akuta, you're not.
You need all the 5 countries.
Sorry?
I said you don't need you need all the 5 countries to agree.
That
need
is
America,
that is exactly what we are talking here. We are talking about the road. We are discussing the roadmap, right?
I'm going to mute Akuta because you're in.
Okay. So, Adaejiagamba, let me address it, please. Let me address it. All very important. So, you see, what we are discussing here is the roadmap to Biafra. So we need to, we need to work in hand with the parliaments, especially those parliament members of these countries, to lobby. And that is why you have international lobbying firm. Like the presidency in their press release, they claim that IPOB are paying about $80,000 to $100,000 every month to a lobbying firm. This lobbying firm, this kind of press release by the presidency should be taken very seriously by people, everybody that is a Biafra, because it tells a lot about what people don't know. So what is the work of lobbying firm? It is not necessarily have to be Nnamdi Kanu going to Congress. It is not necessarily have to be Nnamdi Kanu going to the UK Parliament, but it is the work of lobbyists. Now it is no longer secret. This particular one is already in public domain, according to the press released by the presidency of Nigeria. That is one. So to tell you there are international lobbying firms involved in this, which probably have establishing contact with the stakeholders or these veto powers and what have you. Now another thing is that my brother talked about there is nothing secret. Yes, there is something should be secret, especially when we are discussing with people like you that die hard one Nigeria. We need to put a lot of some of the most important things secret. Do you know why we are going to put it secret? Because, for example, you said that you have filed a lawsuit to the Federal High Court, Owerri. Do you know, as a lawyer, a well-experienced lawyer, do this court have jurisdiction to try such case? And what is the outcome? Because I was waiting for you to tell us the outcome of the case you filed in 2013. But that was what I was waiting to hear. The outcome of that case you filed in 2013. You are reading the case number here, but okay. This is 2020. I didn't hear the outcome of that case. Does that court have the jurisdiction to try such case? And I am telling you today that of course, let me just say, okay, now, the court, I don't think that court have the jurisdiction to try that case. And if they have the jurisdiction, what is the outcome, or what was the outcome of the case? You said also that you don't want to join IPOB because IPOB is a terrorist, that IPOB don't have the same mindset with you, because I said it is impossible to have Biafrans to go into politics in Nigeria and put them into political position. You talked about having political party of Biafra activists and make sure we come and we make them to have position in Biafra land. And I told you it is not possible. And for this reason, you say you cannot work with IPOB because I said it is not possible. So we have different mental reasoning and the way we think. Now I'm telling you, the case of Imo State is a very good example of why it cannot work. I have also told you that the judiciary has been hijacked. I have also told you that election is no longer taking place in Nigeria as far as this government is concerned. And I have told you that this government have come to stay. If they are not going in 2023, if Nigeria continues to be a country. I have said I am not advocating for war, but if they bring war, we are going to be ready to fight the war with them. And by then, we probably must have done our contact with these world powers that can also help us, because if they must come, if the need arises. This is not 1967.
Thank you, Simon, please. Okay, we're gonna go back. At least I've given you all equal time to talk. So we're gonna go back to 10 minutes, because if I allow you guys, one topic, we'll spend the whole day here. And please, I'll appreciate if people don't call me to badger me that I've not called them to ask questions. Because the way this thing is in my screen, that's where I'm going. The way I'm seeing it on my screen, I don't know how it's appearing on your own screen. So having said that, I have a Victor Katie here. Unmute yourself. Yeah, Robinson, I've seen you. Unmute yourself and ask your question. If Victor is not ready, I'm going to move on to the next person. Victor Katie, unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening to you all. My question goes to the question is this. Since we are talking about restructuring, I want to know what Ojukwu and the Gowon agreed at Aburi and why it was not implemented when they came back from Aburi.
Okay.
Second, this is a barrister, and he knows since
your connection is very poor. We're gonna go to the next. I think he's talking about Aburi declaration that
why did not work?
Why did not work?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Go ahead and restate your question.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, my first question is this. Since Emeka has been talking about restructuring, I want to know what Gowon and the Ojukwu, what did they agree at Aburi and why it was not implemented by Gowon as agreed. And secondly, since I have two questions to ask, please. Second question is this. Since you're a lawyer and you're a barrister, also you're a lawyer, you're a barrister, and you're from Biafra, you're a Biafran. If you don't like that, you're an Igbo man. And the henchman has been terrorizing people, killing people, and even they have been declared terrorist organization, international community. And in Nigeria, the Nigerian government has refused to recognize that. And you have not taken the Nigerian government to court to compel them to recognize that. One, why haven't you done that? One. Then
okay,
two,
you've used your time. You can be. You've asked two questions. So, any of these two gentlemen who want to go first, Emeka or Simon, who want to go first?
I think that question was directed to Emeka, but let me respond.
Okay, yeah, it's true.
Let me respond to
wait. I know you like to talk. Wait, Chiri. Go ahead, Barrister Emeka. I'm sorry. I was multitasking. Go ahead and answer the question.
So he asked about why the Aburi Accord was not implemented.
Yes.
Good. So before, in fact, we are thinking that it was Gowon who violated that agreement. That was what I thought, that it was just Gowon who violated that agreement. I was thinking of this until when I was writing this book. When I was writing this book, somebody said I should go to Ken Saro-Wiwa's house. Then my office was at Port Harcourt. I went there and got a book called On the Darkling Plain. Somebody said I should go and get that book and read it. I will know much about the Aburi Accord. So when I went to his house, you know, he was killed in 1993 or something, but he still runs, that is office, Saros International, Saros company. So I was able to get a copy of that book. Then I read it. Inside that book, that's where Ken Saro-Wiwa now confessed what happened. He said that when the Aburi Accord was reached, there was jubilation everywhere, and that every person knew that that was the answer to the problem. For every region to go and govern itself, that was the answer. So every person was rejoicing, there will be no more war. I remember that day, how we danced that day, there will be no more war. Now, but Ken Saro-Wiwa said in that book, if you can get it, On a Darkling Plain, he said that they in the riverine area said no, they would not like to be in one region with the Igbos, because then there were 4 regions that time: the eastern region, the midwestern region, the western region, and the northern region. 4 regions at that time, as at the time of this Aburi Accord. Then Ken Saro-Wiwa wrote in that his book that they in the riverine said they would not want to be in the same region with the Igbos because the Igbos would dominate them. He mentioned the chiefs, he himself, and the chief Dapabiriye, and he mentioned other chiefs, about 5 of them, that they now send delegation to Lagos to ask Gowon not to implement that Aburi Accord.
Your time is up, sir.
No, I was.
Okay, go ahead and round up, because this is very interesting to me too. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he asked why it was not implemented.
Yeah.
So Gowon they now told Gowon not to implement it, that they don't want to be in the same region with Igbos, and that they could now be separated from the Igbos. So it was then, remember that accord was 1967. Then Gowon promised to give them their own state and separate them from the Igbos. It was then 1968, in the middle of the war, that Gowon now created River State away from the eastern region and created that one is called Southeastern State. That is now Calabar. River State, Southeastern State, and then made us East Central State. Then divided the region into three: River State, Southeastern State, and the East Central State. Then that was the end of that stroke. That was the final stroke he played that destabilized Biafra. So when I read that book, I said, oh, so that was what Ken Saro-Wiwa did. Later now, I now heard that Philip Asiodu of the Delta State, Philip Asiodu, was also part of the instruments used to destroy that Aburi Accord, not to allow Gowon to implement it. So all along, we were thinking it was Gowon, until I read these books and I found out that some people made Gowon to violate that agreement. That agreement is what would have saved Nigeria. Now, you're talking about restructuring. It's like going back to that agreement. But this time around, it's no longer to be 4 regions. Why? In 1994, you better listen now because it's necessary. In 1994, during the Mboko Igbo conference at Enugu, Ojukwu and the other Igbo intelligentsia, they say, okay, let us analyze the Aburi Accord. Why did it fail? They brought the Aburi Accord and analyzed it and found out why it failed. They said, okay, since the problem is fear of domination in the riverine, and then the middle belt being used by Northerners against us, then they now created a 6 regional structure. This thing you call 6 zonal structure was created by the Igbo intelligentsia. It is the Igbo that created South-South. It is the Igbo that created the 6 regions. They created it, separated the North Central, Middle Belt, separated them from the North, and then separated the riverine people from the Igbo people, so that they will no longer fear domination. Then this thing was presented to 1995 to the Abacha as a constitutional conference of 1995. Dr. Alex Ekweme did the presentation, and it was perfectly done, and every person accepted it. And today, Nigeria adopted the 6 regional structure. It is the plan of the Igbo intelligentsia. It is the Igbo that created the master plan. If the end game is that each of the region in the end will be free. Each of the region in the end will be free. And there could be merger in future, of course, there could be merger. But it's better that every region sees itself as free. So if the South-South being free, Southeast being free, if they decide to merge, then they can pass the bill of political merger in their respective parliaments, and they can merge. But right now, let every person have his freedom. Every person have his freedom. Every region have your freedom. Right now, the South-South is no longer being dominated by the Igbo. They are no longer fearing domination because they're on their own. The Middle Belt now are now free. They are no longer being used by the North against us. So every person now has his own sphere, his own political sphere, his own political identity. And that, I think it is the best for every Nigerian. Every region govern yourself.
You've exhausted it more than enough time. I'm going to give you more time to Simon.
Yeah.
Simon, do you have to comment on this or no?
Yes, I will comment. Thank you very much. First of all, he did not address the issue of why he did not file a lawsuit against the Fulanis for killing people in Biafra.
Because I cut him off. He want me to give him that opportunity.
Okay. Yes, let him talk. I will
okay,
talk
go ahead, Emekesiri. Go ahead.
Why did not file suit against
the Fulani herdsmen?
Me filing suit. Do you understand what it means? I am a lawyer. When I stand, I will say I'm representing who? A lawyer stands to talk on behalf of his client. Don't you understand?
You represent people. When you talk, when you go to court, you represent people, indigenous people of Biafra, of which you have registered and now piloting the affair of the freedom of Biafra. So you should be able to take the Fulani herdsmen or federal government to court for killing people in Biafra land. Why didn't you do that?
Fine. That is part of the prayer in the suit. In the suit number FHC-ENCS 103-2019, that is a Federal High Court Enugu, which is now in the Court of Appeal. That is part of it, including the Fulani that they gave 100 billion. The Fulani, it's also in that suit. It's one of the prayers The case is now in the Court of Appeal. But one thing I want to let you understand now is this. You may say, why are we filing case in Nigeria since there is no justice in Nigeria? Because people say, why are you filing the case in Nigeria? Why don't you file outside Nigeria? The case we filed is case on self-determination. It's a human rights case. And inside one case, you see you're a lawyer too. Inside one case, you make your prayers. You make all the prayers you want. You don't sue differently. Only one case, you put all the prayers together, including prayer against Fulani investment, including everything you want, you put it in that human rights case.
Barrister Emeka Emekesiri, you are speaking, excuse me, hold on. You're speaking legal jargon. That's why when you say prayer, you need to explain it in layman's term because they don't understand what you mean.
I'm sorry for saying that. What I mean is this. When you file a suit, what I mean by prayer, you request what you want the court to do. The request say, I want the court to make an order. Order.
Adaejiagamba, I think it is enough that he just answered and he filed a suit against the federal government for killing of people in Biafra land. I think that's enough. If he say he has filed a suit, that should be enough because that was the question. That was the question of the person.
That's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Simon. I guess we are cool. Let's pick another question, or you want to?
No. Let me address this.
I was trying to say why we filed a suit in Nigeria, because people say Nigeria does not have justice, that we cannot get justice in Nigeria. Yes, that is the people say you can't get justice in Nigeria. Why filing the suit in Nigeria? You need to understand that.
Adaejiagamba, can I
go ahead, Simon.
This issue of Abori,
Simon's son, Emekesiri. Allow Simon to go ahead.
Please, my sister, the moderator, thank you very much. First of all, I disagree with Emeka Emekesiri on Abori Accord. Abori Accord was single-handedly truncated by the help of the former Oba of Benin. Because the former Oba of Benin was with Gowon in Ghana during the Abori Accord. When they came back to Nigeria, Gowon, the Oba of Benin, met other military government of Nigeria then and briefed them. The content of that Abori Accord cannot be accepted because Gowon went too far to give Biafra a lot of freedom. On this ground, the federal military government of Nigeria then summoned an emergency meeting and decided not to implement Abori Accord on this single act of the former Oba of Benin, the late Oba of Benin. Now, after that, Gowon said this, when the issue heated up, look at the screen now, you will see, this is a newspaper of April 25th, 1967, when Gowon threatened that if the East tries to go, we'll create a core state. That core state he's talking about now is a Cross River, Ogoja, and Rivers. Now, this is evidence number one. Evidence number two is that he always claimed that he don't know why, or he claimed that we can come together with the four regions to have referendum. And I have reminded him, during Jonathan, we had national conference. The Northeast and Northwest rejected it. Upon coming together of this four regions, it did not work out, which is to tell you it can never work again. I am now telling him that no matter what you are going to do in Nigeria, if you want to, let us even say we are having autonomy, so long as it goes against the agenda of colonization of Nigeria, it cannot work under this Northwest and Northeast. Now, he said, why wouldn't the National Assembly, our senators, debate the issue of Biafra on the floor of National Assembly? I want you to give me just 1 minute to play this video. Very important. A lot of people ask me not to play the video, but I want to play this video. Now, he also knows that he has been speaking with leaders in Nigeria. I want him to listen to Abaribe. The voice he's about to listen now is a voice of Abaribe answering that question that has been bothering him for many years. Now, listen.
Okay, let me talk about that, because people will want to know, why don't we talk about Biafra in the house? For a very simple reason. I wear rules, and the rules are very clear. You want to discuss something, you will submit it. You will discuss it with the Senate President, or you will send it by way of a motion that is written. And anything that is against the Constitution of Nigeria will not be taken. The Constitution of Nigeria says one indivisible country. So once you bring in that matter, I say, this one is against the Constitution, so we can't take it. That's why we can't discuss it. We can.
Now, did you hear that?
Yes,
that was the voice. That was the voice of Abaribe explaining to you why they cannot bring any issue of Biafra in the floor of National Assembly, because you have been wondering on how to get answer to this question. Okay. So now, because of the Constitution of the Nigeria, even as that the Senate President cannot even allow them to bring such a discussion in the floor of National Assembly.
We're talking about restructuring. We're not talking about Biafra.
It is the same thing. It is the same thing. It is the same thing now.
No. See section 4 of the Constitution. I discussed this thing. Abaribe discussed with you. He discussed it with me, and I quoted section 4 of the Constitution for him, which is in fact in the court right now, because section 4 said that the National Assembly has the power to make law that will bring peace in Nigeria, peace and good governance. That any law that will create peace and good governance in Nigeria. Then I told Abaribe that this is the Nigerian Constitution, and that Constitution overrules their standing rule. That they said they have a standing rule, that the Constitution overrides the standing rule, and that section 4 says that they have the power to make any law that will bring peace to Nigeria. And the law that they will make now to bring peace is the law that will restructure and devolve power to the regions within Nigeria. And if they devolve power to the regions within Nigeria, Nigeria is still indivisible. It has not violated the law. The law says Nigeria should be indivisible. Yes. So if they now devolve power to the regions, it is still one Nigeria. It does not violate the Nigerian Constitution. That's what we're talking about. I'm not saying go and move the motion for Biafra. That's not what I'm talking about. We're saying move the motion to devolve power to the regions, regional autonomy inside one Nigeria. He's saying a different thing. Maybe somebody asked him a different question. I'm not asking him to go and move motion for Biafra. No, move the motion devolving power to the region. In fact, because of their reluctance, in the present case that is in the Court of Appeal, we have put a prayer there now, a prayer joining the National Assembly as a party to that case, so that they will now be compelled, in fact, both the presidency as an executive and the legislature to be now compelled to act according to the Constitution and make a law that will bring peace to Nigeria. And I tell you, if they make that law now, devolving power to the regions, every person go to your region, govern yourself, develop at your own pace, and then we now agree to pay an agreed percentage tax to the center to maintain federal institutions like that. Every person will be happy. There will be peace in Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. This section 4 of the Constitution says the National Assembly has the power to make law that will bring peace and good governance in Nigeria. I'm not
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But let me remind you, let me quickly remind you that in the same Constitution you quoted now, section 14, subsection 2A says the sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom this government or through the Constitution derive its powers and authority. The same Constitution says the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of the government. And subsection 2B, subsection 2C. No, because it is good for you. Do you know why I'm quoting this? Do you know why I'm quoting the Constitution?
Emekesiri, wait, let him talk. Let him talk.
Do you know why I'm quoting the Constitution? You are making reference to Constitution as if you are making reference to Nigeria Constitution as if the Nigeria Constitution is functional. The Nigeria Constitution is not functional, and you are yet to understand this. This same Constitution, section 14.3, says the composition of the government of the Federation or any of its agencies and the conduct of its affairs shall be carried out in such a manner as to reflect the federal character of Nigeria and the need to promote national unity. Now you are talking about national unity. Section 14, subsection 3 is stated clearly, and also to command national loyalty, thereby ensuring that there shall be no predominance of person from a few states or from few ethnic or other sectional group in that government or in any of its agencies. As I'm talking to you today, this constitution has been violated with impunity because the executive is controlled by one ethnic group, the legislature is controlled by one ethnic group, the judiciary is controlled by one ethnic group. Now the chief security officers of Nigeria controlled by one ethnic group in a continual, the total violation of section 14, subsection 3 of 1999 Constitution as amended. So I am trying to tell you that this Constitution is not functional. So don't go to start making references to Nigeria Constitution. It is not functional. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's Chief Kizebe, hold on. I know that there's somebody has to mute himself. Yes, Chief Robinson wants to go ahead and ask your question.
Gentlemen and ladies, thank you so very much. I am enjoying what I'm hearing. Emeka, I am so very glad to hear that you are a pastor. And my question is, why can't IPOB and your group, what does it take for you all to come together and fight our cause together? That is very, very, very important. I have listened to Emeka. Today will be the third time. This question has been lingering in my mind. As a pastor, if you all cannot come together, then how can you come together with foreign powers? You are senior to...
Your time is up, sir. We got your question already. Okay, so Barrister Emeka Emekesiri, do you want to ask?
There is something, the Bible says, we being many are one in Christ. You know where I'm quoting? We being many are one in Christ. Just like a body, one body. There are many members of the one body. The eye, the hand, the nose, the mouth, everyone functioning for the betterment of the body. It would be wrong to say, let the eye and the leg or the nose be fused. It's not possible. It's a teamwork. Every person play your wing, but don't tackle your fellow. Don't tackle your fellow. So ever since we have started this thing, even when Nnamdi was excommunicated, I never tackled him. When he was ostracized, I never spoke against him. Rather, he is the one who wrote petition to the Nigerian government to arrest me, that I deceived Nigeria and registered a human rights organization. He said registered a secessionist movement disguised as a human rights organization called Biye Human Rights Initiative, and I deceived Nigeria. That if I had told Nigeria that it was a disguise for Biafra, they wouldn't have registered the human rights organization. I should be arrested. And that was actually why we lost the first case. That is the date given to us to come and argue that case that was filed in 2013. That they gave us a date to come and argue with. Then Nnamdi sent his petition to arrest me, saying that I deceived Nigeria, and that case should be struck out because under deception. And that was why we lost that opportunity. By the time we finished arguing over deception, because it became a criminal indictment that I deceived Nigeria, Nigerian government now served me with notice to come and defend myself. That petition was signed by Dr. Iruanya and Wan Oneni. These people, honestly speaking, I think they were deceived into signing it because they are no longer working with him now, and they have told me they are sorry about it. They didn't know they were deceived into signing that petition to arrest me and to destroy that case that was in court. You see? So now, what we are saying is that I am not attacking anybody, but let every person play his wing without putting obstacle in the way of the other person. Nnamdi is doing his own. Have I ever accused or attacked him? No. I do my own. So it's like the whole body, the hand, the leg, the mouth, the nose, everyone working for the good of the body. But to say that the leg and the hand should fuse together, the eye will not be fused with the mouth. They are no longer working for the benefit of the body. So there's something called unity in diversity. Unity in diversity means different arms and different branches and different working for the same goal. It's just like a teamwork in the football field. You play your wing, the left hand, right, the left side, the right hand wing, the center forward, they pass the ball, you pass the ball until you pass it to the person that will score the goal. But don't tackle your fellow, don't turn around and begin to kill your people, no, don't kill your people. I have seen a lot of things happening, how your members have destroyed themselves, butchered themselves. I see it on the internet. The people, Cosmos, and Akbambo, they were nearly buried alive. So many things I've been seeing on the internet. Is that how you leave the Fulani people you should attack, and you attack your own people? That is not what we are talking about. Don't attack one another. We have a common enemy. Continue with your own program. Don't stop another person's program. That's what we are saying. So you said I am a pastor. Yes, I'm a pastor, but I have quoted to you the scripture that said, we being many are of one body. The hand, the leg, the nose, everyone will work, function for the good of the body. Don't let the hand begin to slap the head, the mouth. When your hand now begins to slap the nose, then you are slapping the body. That is what your people in the Nnamdi Kanu's faction of IPOB, that's what they are doing. Killing themselves, destroying themselves, killing the same people they want to deliver. That is not the right way to do. It is wrong. So when you say join, you don't have to do that. You can work separately, but the same goal, the same vision, the same goal. That is how it works. That is the best thing to do. Unity in diversity, having one goal. And that
goal. Time up. Thank you so much, sir. Now I'm gonna, I would love for us to take a break, but our time is fast spent. Let's just take a little break, Vico. While I search through the list of the people raised that I can have. All these questions, we might not answer them, all of them today. We might not, everybody might not get opportunity to ask questions today. And I apologize in advance for all of you, those of you that are sending me private tests.
Adaejiagamba, believe me, I am ready for every question today.
No, I have to eat. So just
if there's any question, we can answer the question.
Yeah, hold on. Come chotandi rezraka. Chris Nabife, unmute yourself. Nabife, okay, go ahead and ask your question.
Simon, thank you so much, and Emeka Emekesiri, thank you so much for this opportunity. Because I just told you Emeka Emekesiri, Basara, Omega. I'm going to go Basara, the form of Biafran government, the nation within the nation, Biafra, left, they're going to handle all those things. Then they're referring to Nigeria and all that. Okay, I'm trying to Basra that's approachable. Like in Nigeria, I know today, in terms of how a political party is being registered and the processes of political socialization and all that. First of all, one of the criteria is to register a political party equal that Biafra political party or IPOB or whatever, one political party can have a mail on election. One of the reasons, one of the criteria that these political parties get offices in all the states of the federation. How can you do that? Or how can you build a political party, establish a political party that will elect a Biafran activist in the northern state of Nigeria? How can you do that? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. When I was talking to you, I told you that we have penetrated even the north. We have penetrated even the north. We have members even in the south, in the Kaduna area and northeast, that we have got people. So it's not only the southeast, not only the Biafran people pursuing this freedom. This freedom we are looking for, other people also are looking for freedom. That's what we are saying. So you may not be called a Biafran, but maybe you are in Middle Belt or Kaduna, which is north, or the other part in the northeast, but you have the same vision, the same desire for freedom, then you can still be part of the movement. You can be part of our movement. However, you're talking how possible will it be for us to get a political party? Now, there are political parties that you don't even know they exist. Nigeria has a lot. You're only hearing about 3 names, maybe PDP, APC, and ABGA or something. There are so many political parties that are registered that you don't know about, which you can use and make it your own Biafran party. Good. So we are working towards that, because for you to be registered, you must satisfy the requirements of INEC. Then it's only when you are in control of that particular political party, you can now present a candidate through that party. So you asked a question regarding political party. You also talked about the regional government. The regional government we are talking about, you don't need political party to get that. What we are saying is a devolution of power, either by the order of the court, compelling the executive arm to present executive bill to the National Assembly for a law devolving power to the regions, or a private member bill which they will pass in the National Assembly to devolve power to the regions. We are talking about devolving power to the regions through either legislative power or through judicial power. Any of these two will be able to devolve power to the regions to govern themselves. It's different from politics. I'm talking about devolution of power.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So can I chip in a little bit?
Go ahead. I'm gonna time you too. So don't.
Yeah. First of all, I dare to say of course he can claim anything here that he have members in the north and all that. I really doubt that. That's number one. Number two is that my brother is yet to understand the rottenness in Nigeria system, because I know he's based in the UK, so probably he lost touch on ground. He don't understand that in Nigeria, the constitution of Nigeria is not functional. He don't understand that in Nigeria, they no longer conduct election in Nigeria. He don't understand that in Nigeria since 2013 or so, during the time of a national conference, when we have our own president, who is Goodluck Jonathan, trying everything possible, ordinary to implement the outcome of the national conference. This, my brother, don't know what transpired, why Goodluck Jonathan could not implement this national conference until he left office. He don't understand it. He don't know the reason. And that is the reason why he is here making all this bogus claim and vision that is going to do this and implement somebody and elect somebody. He don't know that Fulani is out to take over his own land. He don't realize that yet. That is the reason why the northeast and the northwest of Nigeria kicks against the national conference. So tell me, when you have a president that is from your region, you could not implement ordinary the conclusion and the adoption and resolution of 4 regions against 2 regions. You could not implement it when you have the president. Is it now that you have a tyrannic president? Is it now that you have people that have hijacked the government of Nigeria that you begin to say you want somebody to go and contest election and win? He lost touch with the reality. That this is worrisome.
Okay, thank you. I have some, I don't know the right name, Mojiku. I think it's J Mojiku. Go ahead and ask your question. Oh, he muted himself. Unmute yourself and ask your question, otherwise I'm moving on. Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jude Mojefu. I thank you so much. I thank Simon Ekpa and Emeka Emekesiri My question goes to Emeka Emekesiri. What is your plan? What are you saying about the killings in Biafra land, especially? It's all over Nigeria, but especially the people you are now fighting for. I've not you heard talk anything about the against Fulanis and their killings. What are you doing about it? Because we're going to court and filing cases and people are dying. Can you, give us your, plan towards that? Thank you.
Okay. It borders on security issues, security matters. We have condemned such killings, but there are some people who are in charge of security. And we have discussed with them, and I'm not into security. And that is why when the issue of security came up, I had to contact the people in charge of security. I discussed with them, and they're going ahead with that. I'm not into security. So if you say, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I not stopping the Fulani invaders? Every person plays his own wing. Every person should play his own wing. I am not into security matter. I am not an expert in security matter. So the people that are in charge of security are talking about it. They are already doing something about that. That is not my area. So when you're asking me what am I doing about it, I will not be able to answer, except that I have discussed with them, I have raised the concern, I have talked about it, I have advised them, so it is now in their hand to do. This is exactly what I did in 1998 when I was in Aba. That time, Aba was being terrorized by our own people called mafians. Then one day, my clients at Old Express Road, then at that shoe line called Bakassi line, some of my clients, they now planned to form a militant group. So it was horrible. One Wednesday, the day was our midweek service. I didn't know. The thing started. They began to kill the mafians. The thing now became this thing you call Bakassi. It's a long story anyway. It's a long story, but let me cut it short. Now that Bakassi started operating. At a point, they took over all security matters in Aba. They began to do something that went beyond reason. And it became a concern. Then we now said, let us do something. Then Honorable Obioma Ekpem was in the House of Assembly, Abia State. Chief Nnaku, the judge of the customary court at Barr has, they came to my house and we discussed. And I advised, eventually said, now these Bakassi boys that have grown up, fine, we can now use them, we can train them, license them, equip them as a state organ of security and pass the bill into law. And that bill was passed in 2000 called Abia State Vigilante Law 2000, AKA Bakassi Boys. So, and then the state, the governor being the chief security officer of the state, now equipped the boys, armed them with the state power, arms and ammunition, licensed them, and these boys were very effective. For the few years they operated, Bakassi boys brought sanity. They were very, very effective. Then Mbadinuji of Anambra State heard about them and invited them to Anambra, and they worked also, and Anambra State also passed the bill, Anambra State Vigilante Law. Imo State also invited them and also passed the bill. So within the few years those boys were operating, these governors used their powers as the chief security officers of the state to create security organs that protected the regions that time. They were very effective until I heard that after some years, politicians corrupted them and they now started doing some unethical things. So that is what I mean, that the governors are the chief security officers of the state. They have the power to secure their state, to arm their states with arms and ammunition, arm the people to protect your territory. That is their power. It is not in my power to do it. My own is to advise on what to do. I am not a governor. I'm not, so maybe your question, well, I think I have answered you. I have advised on them on what to do, but I am not the person that will do it.
So, my moderator, can I chip in?
No, all this chipping in. I want to cover all the bases so that we get as many questions as possible. Whatever is before I go on, I've been sending chat to some of you guys privately, and most of you are not responding. There are some people that want to talk. I don't know their names. It's showing Galaxy or iPhone or whatever. So there's no way I can be calling for the phone model. So if you want to talk and I send you a private text, please respond to it. And please, before you leave, text your name and numbers so that we can put you on our list for our upcoming town hall meeting. That one will be Senator Ekpa on July 18th. So put your name so that you'll be on the mailing list for that. So having said that, I asked Galaxy J7. I've been asking what his name is. He can't say his name. So I'm going to move on. Ebele, Ebele, unmute yourself at least. Go ahead and ask your question, Ebele.
Okay. Thank you to Barrister Emeka Emekesiri and Simon Ekpa for your wonderful job this evening. I have one question, and before that, I want to tell Barrister Emeka Emekesiri, he quoted the Bible that different parts of the body have to work differently, provided the purposes are the same. But I would also like to refer him to Psalm 133 in the same Bible, where he says that it will be very beautiful if you people can work together as brothers. Having said that, my question is, you emphasize so much on this regional government and using it to get a referendum. I believe you are following the case of Catalonia in Spain. The region of Catalonia has a regional government, so much autonomy in themselves. They have been ruling themselves, making laws and doing certain things, but eventually they overstepped their bounds by organizing a referendum in Spain.
Without authorization.
Without authorization, but the regional government, they had autonomy to do certain things. And when they organized this referendum, the federal might descended on them, and most of us know what happened. Even their leader is still in exile, and he brought a lot of trouble. So what I'm trying to say here is, if he cannot even work in Europe, a civilized country as Spain, where they have been enjoying this autonomy for so long, I mean the region of Catalonia, what makes you think that in a crude society with what we are seeing today, called Nigeria, that you can even attempt something like that and make it a success?
All right. All right. Now, there is, like you said, Catalonia broke a particular law that made the parent nation to clamp down on them. And in fact, what they did was tantamount to unilateral declaration, tantamount to what Kosovo did. Yes, it might have overstepped their boundary. They could have succeeded, perhaps, if they had international support that will protect them after that declaration. But our own is not going to be like that. We are talking about due process and negotiation. We shall get our regional autonomy and continue with our regional autonomy and get ready before we can take the next step. And we'll make sure that every stone, no stone is left unturned. We'll make sure that every process is duly followed and there'll be no loss of life or minimal if ever we agree to go by military diplomacy, unilateral declaration of independence. If ever we'll use that method, we will make sure that the house is in order. We'll get very prepared before we can launch out to that level. But if we get our regional autonomy first and govern ourselves and exercise the powers of sovereignty, limited sovereignty, power of sovereignty, be able to rule ourselves for a while, know how it sounds, how it feels to rule yourself as a sovereign nation. even though being under supervision. It's like a training before we can pull out. It's better we count one before we count two. I know that some of you want it immediately, want Biafra immediately. But I tell you that the best procedure is the gradual process. If we can get regional autonomy first and then rule ourselves for some years, then we can decide to pull out. When we are deciding to pull out, we can decide to pull out unilateral declaration. By that time, we must have got sufficient power behind us. So that when you now declare it, if Nigeria, the other two regions want to fight, we will have international superpowers that are behind us. We have not got there yet. We have not got there yet. So if you say my own procedure of this gradual process, due process is not good, then those of you that want it immediately, please declare the war immediately. Let us see it. So if you say you don't want this gradual process, you don't want to be patient and get to this destination, please, those of you that want Biafra now, please go ahead and declare it now. Those of you that say you want to destroy Nigeria immediately because it's not working, please destroy it immediately and set us free. Let us go now because I want to be free. So if you can do it this night and destroy Nigeria and start the war for Biafra, please start. So I don't say what I cannot do. I have looked at you see, you have to look at yourself. If you look at the scripture, it says in the days when David was moving, there were some people who came to meet him at Ziklag. And among them, he said there are sons of Issachar, men that had understanding of times to know what Israel ought to do. Men that have understanding of the times to know what Israel ought to do. You must have understanding of the times we are in now to know how we are going to approach this situation. If you like, if you say you want to start the war now, please start and let us see you.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My brother, Emeka Emekesiri, what I'm seeing this evening, when you are a lawyer and you are a pastor, and you know the combination is superb. But you can see a lot of people have asked you to, is it possible that you work with IPOB? You are now I don't know, you are speaking out of bitterness or anger or something. The issue here is not to bring Nigeria down today and bring Biafra. We are still talking on the same due process, especially in international community. This is what we are asking, or I am asking you to do. As a pastor, you agree that we need to have friendship. We need to make friendship with some world powers. You agree to that? And I am agreeing to that we need to make friendship with world powers. And I have also presented to you that IPOB is making that friendship, and they have gone deep, and they have a recorded progress to the extent of Nigerian government recognizing them. Although you don't want to accept that, but the records are there. The facts are there. Now, the question is this: what is so difficult for you to work with other agitating groups, especially in international stage? Bringing your brain, just think about it. Bringing my brain and your brain together, bringing other great Biafran brain together to make something, and for the benefit and the benefit of our people alone. Don't you think it is more beneficial than going to write, if an IPOB write in there, go to Downing Street, 10 Downing Street to drop a letter. After their letter arrived there, Emeka Emekesiri will drop a letter, and then when they are going through this kind of letters, they will be thinking that we're not serious. And that is why I'm tagging you divisional tactics. That's why I said you are using divisional tactics to continue to subjugate our people to this slavery in one Nigeria. So there is a need, even if you are doing something separately in Nigeria, there is a need to have a synergy in international community. Bring your experience. I will bring my experience. Every other person will bring their experience. We put it together and move as one strong body. You don't need to be working under IPOB. You don't need to be working under Nnamdi Kanu. But there is a need to have a synergy in this struggle. So that when you write to UN, the IPOB will not write to UN. When Tony Nadi and his company, but that is, you people have to, first of all, agree that Nigeria is not working again. Because all these things you are saying is like you are talking to, the only people that may believe you are people who don't know what is Nigeria, who don't have a vast knowledge about, in-depth knowledge about Nigeria. Then I believe you. But anybody that knows Nigeria of today knows that what you are saying now is unattainable. It can never ever happen in this current government that has come to stay. Underline the word, come to stay. I did not say maybe another government come, or maybe P2B become president, but I'm telling you now, under this government, underline the word, which has come to stay. It can never be possible. That is the only thing I'm asking you to understand. Once you understand that this government has come to stay, and there is nothing that will work against the interest of the North in this government they will accept, the better, the earlier you realize this, the better for you and for everybody.
Thank you.
We need your
Thank you, Simon. I need to take one or two more questions and we'll wrap it up because we're not going to be here forever. There's this, okay, I told him to unmute himself. He has muted himself again. I'm not going to be doing that. The Galaxy, the J7 Crown, I told you to mute yourself. You did it, or you muted yourself. I can't be playing that game up and down. Dr. Emeche, unmute yourself and ask your question. If you're not ready, I'm moving to the next person. Dr. Emeche, unmute yourself. All right, there's a Chris here. Unmute yourself. If Dr.
I have
Emeche,
unmuted myself.
Who unmuted himself?
Dr. Michi.
Oh, your name is Emeche. Emeche.
Emeche, nwanne m nwanyị. Ụmụ Igbo ekele m unu. Nwanne nwoke Simon ekele m unu.
In on 2 minutes, so if you spend it on
Emekesiri ekele m gị nwanne m nwoke.
Ekele m.
Obi dị m ụtọ ụmụnna na anyị na-ekwu okwu etu obodo anyị ga-esi gaa n'ihu. Nwanne m nwoke Emekesiri eso ngwụrụ pastọ. Ime ihe m na-ayọ gị n'aha Jizọs. Ka mmụọ Chineke banye n'obi gị. Ịlaruo taa chee echiche. Etu anyị ga-esi mee ka obodo anyị gaa n'ihu. Ọ gwara so m na-ayọ gị kịta. And ekpere m from today wụ ka mmụọ Chineke duzie gị ndụ. Ka ihe ị na-eche wụrụ ọganihu ụmụ Igbo gaa n'ihu. Simon Ekpe, Nnamdi Kanu, onye ọbụla ihe na-ewute m n'ụwa a wee tosi n'udo a na-egbu ụmụnne anyị ndị nọ n'ugwu Hausa, a na-egbu ụmụnne anyị ndị nọ n'ala Igbo, anyị anọdụ na-agbara ụrụ na-eme argument onye ejikwuru wụrụ onye nke ajụrụ onye nka. Biko na ụmụnne m ka ebere Jizọs bata unu n'obi, ka anyị niile wuru otu olu, otu mmụọ n'ime nduzi nke mmụọ nke Chineke, ka udo dị n'ala anyị n'aha Jizọs. Ọ gwụla ihe m na ya ụlọ kịta, ọ gwụla ya bụ sọ m chọrọ ikwu. Chineke gọzie unu.
Thank you, Baliala. Okay, yeah, we better go Beruna. I need the money.
Amen.
I need a woman to speak. I was a lady here. Okay, unmute yourself. 7742749. Your number ended in 100. I'm looking at you right now. Unmute yourself. 774. As you're still not unmuted. 7742749. 100.
All right. So my name is Budada. I don't know if I should be speaking Igbo or
whatever is comfortable.
Okay. So I'll rather speak Igbo. I'm Budada. From Enugu State. I'm like Simon Ekpa. I'm like an ardent member or registered member of IPOB. But I'm a real supporter and believer in what the cause when I fight. Now, my question to this attorney, Emeka. Many people are Wagia, Jugia, Yonya. Can we work together? You know, can we gather everybody together and work under one umbrella? What is his resistance? That's my question for him. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, if that is the question, that's okay. Now, if you want us to work together under one umbrella, then we have to go to the foundation. When this movement started, because their question now, this movement by indigenous people of Biafra was a vision given to me. Listen, I wasn't a lawyer before. I was just a pastor and a state surveyor until God told me to go back to the university for this purpose. Then I created this movement called Indigenous People of Biafra. When you read this book, you will know the origin, how it was created. And then after studying everything, I found out that we have to anchor it upon the elders. Then I went home and gathered the elders together and shared a vision with them. They saw the vision, they understood the vision, they accepted the vision. And I constituted them into a customary governance structure called Council of Elders of Indigenous People of Biafra. And His Royal Majesty, Honorable Justice Ezozobu, became the leader of Indigenous People of Biafra. His deputy was Dr. His secretary was Colonel Achusie. Then these elders gathered together, and all of us were called Indigenous People of Biafra under the elders, all of us. Nnamdi Kanu joined us from Masop. I still have his file. On 30th of June 2012, I still have his file when he completed his form. I still have his file. Now, at that time, all of us were under the elders, and we were moving as one. We were moving as one, and Nigeria was afraid of us. This is the first invitation we got from Australia. Australia was the first to invite us, and that time we sent Nnamdi Kanu. We sent him because when he joined us from Masop, he said that he quarreled with Wazirike. Because you asked me, that's why I'm answering now. Now, you all see that Wazirike said Oku, but that they were running a radio station they call Radio Biafra. I met 5 of them. The person who introduced him to me, Egemba introduced Nnamdi Kanu to me. Egemba, Emefo, Nwada Amarachi, Sam Ume, and Nnamdi Kanu. There were 5. Hassan and Hannah run Radio Biafra, and Wazirike stopped funding them, stopped supporting them. Then I'm okay. Have a meeting. I made some meeting. I to ego, we will contribute money. Can have now run airtime. Now airtime. I'm here airtime. I'm not into media. So I to ego had now run airtime. It became difficult. It was really a very difficult situation that time because we didn't have. We were struggling. We were struggling. It was very difficult. When Australian government invited us, I told the elders. The elders now wrote this thing, and okay, who will go? Now, Egemba would have sent Egemba, but we said no. Let us send Nnamdi because Yoga only broadcast from Australia because only use that internet broadcast. So that we now contributed money. We contributed money. Plane, flight. I'm not trying to insult any person, but it was difficult but we had to contribute money, buy tickets. Man, not here. I stayed here and called. I called Australia. I called Odessa, Australia. See, I gathered other people. I'm sending Nnamdi with a document from the elders. The 5 of you will now go and sit down and discuss with the Australian government on behalf of Biafra. And Nnamdi did. He went, and he came back. From Australia, he made a broadcast. He came back. Everything was very good. And in fact, it was very, very good. If you listen to his broadcast in 2013, you will hear him talking about the Supreme Council of Elders, that we have a customary government, de facto government headed by his Lordship, Honorable Justice Ezozobu. You will hear him talking. All of us were under the elders. Then what happened?
That's what I want to know.
Wrap it up. Because
I cannot wrap it up. What happened? What happened? We would have, by now, we would have crippled Nigeria because by that time, Nigerian government sent notice. Who are behind Biafra? And we sent the people behind Biafra, and they called His Royal Majesty, Honorable Justice Ezozobu. Justice Ezozobu said, yes, I am the leader of Biafra. Nigeria was afraid of us. What happened? Nnamdi. What Nnamdi did to Biafran struggle? Oh, God. Do you know that suddenly Nnamdi turned and said that the elders are saboteurs, elders are betrayed, are traitors, that he had dissolved the Council of Elders, that he is now the leader and founder of Indigenous People of Biafra. He now went and registered our name, Indigenous People of Biafra, as a limited liability company. I said now here, called Indigenous People of Biafra Limited. Oh, if you see what happened, then use the radio station and destroyed every person, destroyed me, destroyed the elders. That is used, that is brainwash the children, the youths rose up against our elders. Do you know that to the extent that the youth started threatening to assassinate me and assassinate Dr. Ikedife, his followers? Now, I wasn't worried when they threatened to assassinate me. It was when they threatened to assassinate Dr. Ikedife, I couldn't take it again. Dr. Ikedife called me. Someone, ya so ụmụaka sị ha ga-ebe egbu ya. Sang ụmụ gịnị ha so ụmụaka ndị na-eso Nnamdi Kanu sị ha ga-ebe egbu ya. Nwanne na ọkwa n'ihi gị ka m ji bata na this struggle, because if I go sham the whole thing, when Dr. Ikedife spoke to me like this, I couldn't bear it again. My boy Imam Mezu immediately. I called Imam Mezu. I said, Imam Mezu, if you people kill Dr. Ikedife, I am going to stir up the whole Igbo nation against your village. If you know what these people did to us, Nnamdi now destroyed everything, and the youth started looking for a way to assassinate Dr. Ikedife. They started trying to assassinate me and assassinate Dr. Ikedife. Why? He wants to be the leader. Okay, the elders kept quiet. When this thing was happening, he was insulting every person, insulting the government, insulting every person. The Nigerian government came to interview our elders. His Royal Majesty, Honorable Justice Ezozobu, said, I didn't send the boy. I don't know him. I don't know the boy. Who is Nnamdi Kanu? I don't know him. Because I don't know, truly, Nnamdi never met the leader. His Lordship, Honorable Justice Ezozobu, the leader of Indigenous People of Biafra. Nnamdi never met him until death. Good. So the elders kept quiet and allowed this boy. And this boy was gallivanting everywhere. And we kept quiet now. Am I struggling with anybody? I'm not in rivalry with any person. I'm not pursuing. Listen, this is a vision God gave me. It's a vision. And I'm pursuing that vision. If he knows he has a vision, let him go ahead with his vision. And I have my vision. And I am pursuing the vision God has given to me. That's what I'm telling you. I created IPOB. Go and read a copy of this book. Everything Nnamdi Kanu has preached on air. He copied it from this book. Even the name of Hamadike, he took it from this book. If you go and read this book, you see everything he has preached. Now, there's something else I am not happy with. Do you know when before I started this, I went to the British government and I asked them questions about Biafra. I said, how did you enter our land? Because I'm a solicitor of England and Wales. I needed information. How did you enter our land? They said they enter our land legally, lawfully. I said, how? They said our ancestors signed agreements with the British people. I said, I want to see those agreements. And they gave me the agreements from 1882 to 1889, signed by the British people who came as traders called the Royal Niger Company, signed between them and our ancestors. And I read all the things from 1882 to 1899. I copied all of them. That was what I used to form the first case. And you know, that bundle, I trusted Nnamdi Kanu and I gave him the bundle. Everything he preaches is from that bundle, the research work I did. You know, this is plagiarism. Each time I tell you people that Nnamdi is a thief of intellectual property. When I say he's a thief,
Adaejiagamba, I cannot sit here. Adaejiagamba, please.
Simon was not there when
I was not there. But I cannot be here. I cannot be here.
Simon was not there when this thing was happening.
Okay. All right. I'm going to mute you guys. The emotion is too high. I don't need all that emotion. I don't need all that raw energy. It's not about anybody. Simon, you are not playing devil's advocate. I know, we all know where you are. Your job is to, both of you, your job today is to what? Show us a roadmap.
And I have shown you the roadmap.
Oh, I'm muting because it looks like you're very angry. That's why I said let's take a break, and everybody is like they don't want a break. This thing is not something all of us gonna be having. Yeah. So Simon, I muted you, so stop trying to talk because I muted you, and I'm gonna mute so because we don't need all that drama. See, the reason I want you, we cannot have synergy among ourselves. We cannot collaborate to work. We need to learn how to work together. Man, that all of us not do the same thing. You know, let's try to do that. Because all these who get credit or who leads, all here don't need bungano. So honestly, I'm tired. This thing started since 9. I don't know how far we want to. You guys, I'm gonna mute you, and I'm craving your indulgence not to get into any exchanges. We have to conduct this like gentlemen. So are you guys still willing to go for like 10 more minutes? Because
yes. Let me quickly.
10 more minutes. Let me finish. That 10 more minutes is to stick to the question at Juru. No, you have stick to that question and address it. We don't need we've already done our pitch statement. Roadmap. So I need one more woman. If I don't see a woman, I will ask a man. One more woman to ask the question. Otherwise, I'm scrolling through all the Abamuke wine. Never. I saw somebody that put on the chat. I don't know if it's Kelechi. Maybe the person has left. There is a woman. I don't know. So if there's no woman there, oh yeah, Lola Dobija, unmute yourself and ask your question. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself for.
You have to unmute you. The list is available.
Unmute yourself for Mr. Bijak. We are not hearing you. You gotta unmute yourself. Okay, let's do this. Since I muted everybody, don't go ahead muting yourself. Because
okay,
I think time asking people to unmute themselves. You already muted, so don't unmute yourself again. Go ahead.
Talking to me?
No, I'm just making another statement to everybody. Go ahead, ask your question.
Adobe Jack, right?
Yes.
Okay, you guys hear me? Because, in fact, my whole body is heated up. But sitting here and listening to what's going on, I want to thank the two individuals, Emeka and Simon. Please don't be offended if I don't call you by your last name. And I've been listening. In fact, we're almost going 3 hours, and you have good things to say. I learned so much from what you have to say. I know there are areas you're saying the same thing, and areas you're somehow different. But there's a question people have asked. I'm going to repeat it because we haven't had the answer to it. And that answer, that question is, if he has to start with two of you, Emeka and Simon, is it any possibility that you can start working together? Because you guys, you are doing what we wish would happen to Igbo land, and that is to protect us and to give us what we wanted. And the question has been asked of Emeka, the pastor, is there any way both of you can start it? And then it trickles down to whoever the group you're in are to work together. Because I mean, we can work together. I don't know if I should say we we hate each other, but excuse me, power, and that's what it is. But can you think of the energy you have, the intelligence you have? I mean, everything it takes to give us that roadmap, and then it will be followed without battering each other. Or, I mean, it's like a cat fight as I'm listening to it. Is it possible you can work together?
Thank you, Lord.
It's possible. Look, it is your question is clear. It is possible, but what I said, we must go back to the foundation, go back to the root.
No, we will not do that. No, you cannot take us back.
Okay, madam, I omitted you to ask question. So if you are this belligerent, there's no point because you're gonna be belligerent. We don't need all that. Go ahead and respond.
All I say that it is possible. We have to go back to the foundation. The elders who constituted us, we were all under the Council of Elders of Indigenous People of Biafra. The elders who constituted us, we have to go back to the foundation and continue from there. But to say you will now destroy the elders, you now, no, we cannot. This, our movement, is in alliance with the elders of Biafra land, with Ohanes and Igbo, with the Southeast Elders Forum, with the South-South, with Middle Belt. We have formed the SAMBA, the Southern and Middle Belt Association. The elders, these our movement are under them. They are the ones organizing, they are the ones supervising us. There's nothing I do that they are not aware. In fact, any step I take, I must first get approval from them. So we must be under the elders. So if you say we want to work together, I agree, but we have to go back to the foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Simon, do you have anything to say?
Yes, I am very, very happy that you allow Emeka to pour out his emotion, and we can hear this from, I can even, see the heart. The point here is that we are talking about moving forward, not going backward. The Biafra struggle has come to a stage where we should allow whatever that has transpired in the past to be a bygone issue if you are actually genuinely fighting for freedom. Because you say that IPOB threatened to kill you, nobody has been killed. You say that IPOB threatened to assassinate you, nobody has been assassinated. No elder has been killed. Nobody is missing until today. This is 2020. So you should also know that when people are angry, they are bound to say anything. Just like you are saying a lot of things you are saying now out of anger. And I'm not going to take you most of the things you said very seriously, because I know as a pastor, when the Spirit of God descends on you, you are going to be speaking differently. So the issue here is that there must be a way that you have to bring in what you have, your energy, your intelligence, whatever you have, at least for this part that is working very well, that we all agree, this making friends to this international community, to these world powers that have veto power at the UN. Remember, this is just one of it. This is just one side. There are other ways, other roadmap to get Biafra. And we are not going to let any stone. We are going to turn every stone, like you said. So what we are pleading with you now, even if I should use pleading, is that it is not very well, it is not very good that we are dividing the struggle all the time. And that is why the first contact I made with you through the Igbo town hall, I said, I used the word that you are using divisional tactics. And this divisional tactics is that every time there is issue like this, people outside our community, people outside Biafra, we see us like divided people. And we cannot continue to be divided people, at least not within the Western world. Let us even be divided
we have different opinion how to agitate in Biafra, in Nigeria. But when we come to outside world, when we are writing to parliament, when we are writing to prime ministers, when we are writing to office of president of most of the countries, we should come under a synergy in one voice. Not today, somebody receive a letter from IPOB, the next day, the same person receive a letter from Emeka Emekesiri, and then you'll be wondering what is going on. And the content of the letter will be saying totally something different. This one will be demanding freedom. This one will be demanding support for referendum. It doesn't make sense. That is where you are getting it wrong. So if we are demanding freedom from international community and we are looking at one way or the other, they are going to participate in bringing us Biafra, in freeing us from Nigeria, we must speak in one voice in international community. When you go to Nigeria, do whatever you want to do. But that is what I am talking about, and that is why I'm here to debate with you today.
Thank you.
And hopefully after this debate, you will have a rethink of having a signage. You have agreed we can work together. Yes, we can work together, harness whatever we have to offer to Biafra.
Thank you. You guys work together because I hopefully will achieve that. I don't need anybody coming with belligerence. If you want to ask questions, regardless of where you stand or who you support, please let's ask questions in a non-threatening or non-rude way, non-disrespectful manner, because that's not why we're here. The other lady started shouting already in the background, so I don't think I'm going to give her that opportunity because I don't need all that. I have Dr. Fred, you've asked question before. Let's give a chance to somebody who hasn't asked question. Kinsley Osondu, unmute yourself and ask your question. Kinsley Osondu. If you're not ready, we're going to move to the next one. Kinsley Osondu.
Hello. Yeah,
okay.
hello.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, good evening, my sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening to Mr. Simon and Mr. Emeka Emekesiri. Yes, my question goes to Mr. Emeka Emekesiri. I want to follow the same pattern or the preaching my brother, our brother, Mr. Seminabo, has followed. Please, is there a way you can calm down? Let's leave the past. There is crisis in Biafran land. We are talking about not just our generation, we are also talking about the generation yet unborn, our children. All this backering, all these who started IPOB, who formed MASOP, and all the rest of them, for me, it's not gonna help anybody. There is serious crisis. I am here in Lagos. I cannot travel home. I'm somebody that like going to the village from time to time. I just go to, I travel to Umuahia and come back. Now, each time I think about going to Umuahia, I feel threatened. There are Fulanis on the highway. There are killings. In my own village, you know, Umuahia, you know, Olokoro, people cannot go to the farm. Is there any way we can forgo some of these problems and understand, most importantly, that we are not the same people with Fulanis? We are not, there is no way pretending. The Fulanis are not pretending that we are together. They are not pretending. We are the one pretending for them. They know we are not meant to be together. It's only about oil. It's only about the resources of the people of Biafran land. Can we please forget about this problem? You may have your grievances. Please, can we let go? Once in a while in our lifetime, we let go about these problems. I have a daughter here. I'm thinking about her future. Many people, there are people in overseas there where you are, in London, in America. They are scared about, of coming home. They can't come home. They are threatened. Coming here is signing your death warrant. Can we forget? Nnamdi might be doing it his own way, you are doing it your own way. Can we form a synergy for our children? We are about being obliterated. We are about going into
so much, Kinsley, your time is up because it can be repeated over and over. So that's a plea to you guys, and you've answered that question before. We can't be.
I have answered it now.
We can't be answering the same question over and over. I'm going to ask Attorney Bobby Aneku to ask his question. Go ahead.
Ndụmọdụ ka m chọrọ ịdụ
we have question for either one. Mana odoromanya na ofu ya ji anyị bụ ndị Igbo ka ji anyị jisi anyị ike. Ihe m chọrọ ịjụ bụ ka ihe m chọrọ ịsuggest bụ ada bụ ikpe n'ọnụ ofu onye. Nnamdi Kanu anọghị here ikwuchitere onwe ya okwu. So anyị anụgo ihe nwanne anyị nwoke Emeka kwuru. And egego m Emeka ntị. I agree with some of his points. Ịghọtago? Maka ihe anyị dị emotional. So ihe mụọ na-akwu bụ ihe m chọrọ ịsuggest bụ ọ bụrụ na a ga-constitute a reconciliation committee to reconcile Emeka and Nnamdi. Maka na Emeka kwetago na ọ ga-work with Nnamdi. Nnamdi ekwetago na ọ ga-work with Emeka. Ya bụ onye ọbụla ndọrọ na-asị Emeka ka o mekọ with kama ka IPOB Emeka. The point bụ no ọ dị ka ife a na-ajụ n'ọnọ na-achọ ịjụ. Ịghọtago? So I think na ọ ga-adị wise if organize some type of constitute some type of team. Ka ama na ga reconcile her because they're too important. The issue on ground is too important to be left to personality conflicts. Emeka Okuona etuasi form or IPOB menka. Nnamdi, I'm sure, has his own point of view, but that we haven't heard. So suggestible if some of us can get together, Madam Kagesiri Chimu, Emeka and Nnamdi. I got reconcile muha. No one I get what I bet. My brother Emeka Biko, as a fellow member of the Barr, Biko, you know that even the way you talk, you cannot, you got to correct, you cannot convince a judge that the righteousness of your client's position. You can be bitter. You got to be bitter. You should never see people let you sweat. So, what to want to give, idea is get them man. Wait to want to give Marakama Naganyo Konya Mamiro Koba. Oh, Biko,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, Emekesiri, you wanna respond to that or no?
Yeah, I've already answered this question. See,
okay, you've answered
I have
it.
to go back to the foundation, the elders. When I told you that when submitted this to the British government, it was the elders who authorized it. And before the British government replied us, they went home and interviewed the elders. And I'm here, one of the highly revered king of Igbo land called me that the British government came to ask him of this because all of them have copies of this. And that's what I'm telling you. We must work under the elders. If we want to work together, fine, let's go back to the beginning. We are part of, the elders are part of what we are doing. So if you are insulting the elders and abusing the elders and you say, we work together. No, if you want us to work, let's go back to the foundation.
Okay, thank you. I have Chief Jones Okeke that I want to ask a question. Go ahead, Chief Okeke.
Okay, Adaejiagamba Biko, thank you so much. And I thank Emeka and Simon for taking their time to address us. Because I want to make a lot of things to ask. First of all, Mga Yogodu Emeka, Siana, the struggle for Biafra is too important, actually, to be left to lawyers alone. Okay? So, Biko, for this to work, I'm an Emeka with his own followers, including the elders. And I want to appreciate the fact that he's willing to work with the elders. Because I ain't gonna go for some times, so if we want to give Emeka a lot of credit for being willing to work with the elders. And Simon, I appreciate you too. From what you said here, you are not a, I don't know how you put it, but you are not an, is that a paying member of IPOB, you said? But you just identify with the struggle and you want to come from the point of view of the IPOB. I thank you for that. Okay, so Manifina Bazeba, like everybody else has said.
Just your time is
No, sorry. Because even all them together. The last speaker made a very important point. Can we a committee to resolve this issue, to bring these two people together? I'm talking about the two groups, not just the individuals. Okay, because now, if I understand, how do you, both of you, get the rest of us who are standing out watching in? And because I want actually represent the diaspora with the international community, without bringing some of us in, the two of you cannot solve this problem, either individually or even collectively. You need the critical mass of the people who are watching these problems continuing. Because for the thing to work, Emeka, we are asking you, please, to kind of moderate your passion. And then I work with Nnamdi to also advise him, come back to the middle, because that's the only way this is going to work. And this struggle is too important to be let on the altar of, you know, some people already said that, of people.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Chicho.
so because
thank you so much. Yeah, all the control, Barrister Emeka and Sama, I don't think, yeah, you guys should put that on the advisement.
That's how I mean here that we are.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying is all the control. I just
under the elders. Let us go back to the elders. That's what I said.
Yes, thank you. So I have is Dr. Solomon Ewo, go ahead.
Because ndị Igbo na-anwụchilo anyị na-ekele Adaejiagamba Chineke gozie gị maka eromero anyị tụpụtara. A na-ekelekwa Emeka, na-ekele Simon. Biko Emeka, ị na ha agbalịla ike agwụla gị na-aga n'ihu. The elders must be involved because Biafra we here to any. Simon, when the nwere reference you make all the time, you always referring to the election in Imo State. I think you should desist from doing that because there are people who are on the other side of that same pronouncement. Because I not quite here now watching him in Imo State. Some of us were not happy about the first whatever, but you keep making references to it. Let's worry about Biafra, not Imo State or Anambra State. Let's worry about Biafra, because I'm pleading that you don't continue to refer to Imo State. What happened to Imo State? We have somebody there now who's working for us, and in future we are going to have more people that will work for us. Some of us are also looking to go there and work. So thank you for what you're doing for Biafra. Let's leave Imo State alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Adaejiagamba, let me respond quickly because
okay, go ahead.
This Imo State cannot be, we cannot just leave Imo State alone, because in law, when a precedence is set, you make references to cases, and that is exactly what I'm doing. And I will continue to do it so long as Nigeria continue to be a country. So we cannot leave Imo State alone. It is a very, very important ruling in the history of Nigeria, that somebody who were fought in election came back, submitted a document that were not certified by the Electoral Commission in Nigeria, and only to come to the court with Nigeria Police. Is the work of Nigeria Police is to come and witness on behalf of the Electoral Commission of the INEC that this happened in the court. So we have to be making reference to Imo State. It is either anybody like this, or this is not targeted at anybody, but it is a ruling in Nigeria that must be make reference to. And why I'm making reference to Imo State is that he continued to say that we can have our own people into the government. We can elect our own person into offices in Nigeria. So I am trying to tell him that immediately the Fulanese knows that
The person in question is an activist of Biafra that will do everything to truncate that election. Like, and the Imo State is example. So we cannot just shy away from the truth, no matter how bitter it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Galaxy J7 Crown that I've been wanting to ask question.
What's the time now?
Yeah, I think it's time we wrap up because I'm equally tired. Dr. Moe, now mute yourself and ask your question.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. We're hearing you, Dr. Moe.
Okay, sorry. Emeka and Simon, thank you so much for coming in. It's been a very good one. The stories are all perfect. The emotions are all good. My question is very simple. The IPOB Nnamdi Kanu and the Emeka's IPOB, I don't think they have the same Biafra in mind. I don't think so. So that's the main problem right here. Emeka is talking about Southeast Ndibu. Remember, that was what cost us the first Biafra. The South, Indian Bamiri, they are not with us. And as of January 1, July 1st, IPOB is still talking about Indi Galan and the Bedouin, Nandi Midway, Sebo Biafra. We have to be clear here that Nandi Bamiri are not coming along. They are not. If we want to fight for Southeast, let us declare an oil hole. So right now, and they put them together. When I get together, Ndi myself are Patago, myself with two groups. Ndi Zion have Patago, how for their own groups. So this thing is, the major thing is just to declare what we want. We don't know what we want yet. If we're talking of Biafra as was, it is unattainable. Nigeria is untenable. Yes, Ekwerem, but we have to find a middle point. And that middle point needs to be defined. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moen.
Thank you. I think, let me answer that question.
Okay.
You know, I said that because of that problem, the Igbo intelligentsia created the 6 regions. Ndimba may have their own region now. They are called South, but right now they prefer to be called Niger Delta region. Then anywhere the Southeast now. So, like you said, they are not following us into Biafra. No problem, but let every region now be on its own. We are not forcing them into Biafra. It's going to be a voluntary thing. Let us at least get regional autonomy. South-South as Niger Delta region, Southeast region, Southwest region. Let us at least have our regional autonomy before the next step. So we're not forcing anybody.
Thank you. Ekpa, do you have anything to say to that? No?
Yes, what I want to say is that, of course, like I always say, before you can delve into Nigeria issue, you must be living in the present. You must know exactly what is going on in Nigeria and what Nigeria has become. Because a lot of people are making references, analyzing issue without having the in-depth knowledge of what Nigeria has become. Nigeria as it is today, we must first of all understand that the country has been hijacked by the minority, which is the Fulani and the Hausa Fulani people, and they are mostly from the northeast and the northwest. These same people hijacked the government of Jonathan, made the government of Jonathan ungovernable, upon the fact that Jonathan, with the executive power, had all it takes to implement national conference. They killed it. So my own, the only thing I want to tell my brother today and every other person that have watched and listened to this program, that those who believe that after the experience is 1999, I'm not just going from 1967, but it's 1999, that after the experience in Nigerian democracy, you are still believing that you all of a sudden are going to have a government that will allow you to have autonomy within Nigeria. The same energy you will use to fight for that autonomy, you are going to use that half of the energy to get Biafra. That is all thing I want to say, because that will be the last thing. It will be the last miracle that the Northeast and Northwest will allow that it happens in Nigeria. You are going to use that same energy to get Biafra. How do we do it? Emeka Emekesiri, let us channel our energy in unionism,
especially in diaspora, and bring ourselves together and begin to approach those Western powers that we see have the veto power at the UN. That is a very big, that will be a very good start. And as I'm talking to you now, IPOB using lobbyist firm like you have had are doing that already. So it needs that you come on board. I am not asking you to come and join IPOB from what you have explained, but there could be a synergy of purpose, a uniform of purpose. We have to bring out our intelligence, bring things together, bring idea. How do we break into this most of these world powers that are yet to be approached? If it is using lobbying firm, we are going to do it, or continue to support IPOB to continue to do what they have been doing and what they are doing so far. This is all I ask, nothing more. So that by the time you are writing to Boris Johnson again, Boris Johnson will not receive your letter and you are wanting referendum. While Boris Johnson will receive a letter from Ekpa, and Ekpa will be demanding for freedom of Biafra. Boris Johnson will receive another letter from IPOB. IPOB will be demanding for referendum while you are demanding autonomy. It doesn't make sense. And this is the reason why a lot of these people may not take us serious. Because which one are they going to address? Are they going to address on the issue of referendum, those agitating for referendum? Are they going to address on those issues, those people that are coming, writing them that they want autonomy? Are they going to respond to the people that want totally freedom from Nigeria? So we have to demonstrate to the international community that we are ready to take the bull by its horn and govern ourselves. That is all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to direct you. Please, I want to direct you. I told you that when we wrote to the British government, they went home to Biafra land and interviewed our elders before they responded. So if all of us are together, if you don't know that, even when we wrote, we sent this letter, they couldn't even respond to me directly. They first went home and interviewed the elders before they responded. If they want to talk to they know who to talk to. So it's not you just write, they respond to you. Why did they respond to us? They first went home and interviewed the elders who sent this thing. He said, by the authority of the Supreme Council of Elders. I was here, one of the revered king of Igbo land called me and told me they had come to interview him on this matter because all the elders have this thing because they are the authors of this thing. And then if you want us to work together, let us go back to the elders.
That is what I am saying. They respond to everybody. They respond to anybody. I can write individually, they will respond to me. But this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that now that you have written, for example, I've just given you an example. You have written to them. They responded by going to Nigeria to interview the Eze or King. Now, why can't we come in unity of purpose to write our demand? Because what you wrote there, you were not demanding for Biafra. So now you wrote them, demanded for an autonomy or a restructured Nigeria. Meanwhile, IPOB and other powerful Igbo group, there are other powerful Igbo group, you know.
Yes.
Other powerful Igbo group will be writing and demanding something else. It doesn't portray us in a very good image with these countries. Let us come in unity and demand for total freedom of Biafra and fight for it diplomatically and in any level.
Thank you. You don't have to respond to that again. Sakashi Zimako, unmute yourself and ask your question. Next, before I go, next Zoom meeting we're gonna have, please let nobody mute himself because it's a lot of time spent on asking you to unmute yourself. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I want to thank both Simon and Emeka for coming and addressing the issues. The problems that I have is Emeka Shuwe, in the way that Emeka is saying, I want ndị okenye nwe ala Igbo, I want ndị okenye nwe ala Biafra, I want ndị okenye nwe everything. So it has to be inclusive, including the young people and the ndị okenye na-ekwu. You know, the British are using the system in going to the Indio Kenya because on the sign, part of the sign the agreement today. So we cannot completely and 100% rely on them because they're going to use that tactics again. But the question that I wanted to ask Mr. Emekesiri, well, the formula he's using or his group is using about the Constitution, according to Senator Enyin Nayabalibe, the Constitution is our problem, the biggest problem I want. Have your organization filed a lawsuit in order to change the Constitution? Because Miami here, we cannot go anywhere according to the Nigerian law.
I think we have talked about the suit that is in court. Maybe you haven't entered when we talked about the case that is in court. But like I wanted to explain that why we even went to court is not that the case will end in Nigerian court, but any group that wants to use the judicial process, legal method, and they want to file a human rights case for self-determination, you are required to start from the jurisdiction. And then eventually the matter will go to international court. So you have to start from the jurisdiction. So we are in court already over this matter. So maybe we are not here when we talked about the case that is.
Thank you. Jennifer, you want to ask your question?
Okay. Emeka Simon. I Russia that Britain better had even Nigeria, and the premier effort on the contact and outside the hand of prayer. But I talk to them as brothers. How you can work things out with them. I am telling you, two of you come Nigeria because.
How come he could Sonia? How come he
I didn't hear him.
I didn't hear you.
Okay. Oh no, I didn't know.
Yes.
Okay, I he contacted the British with the originators of our problems. And the Bible, the Biafra Nigeria, even know how the cause of the thing. Because of their economic gain, they didn't care to even listen to our pleas. And Russia too got involved on the Nigerian side. Even Nigeria, Ebeke effort can contact on the outside. I got consider Ukwadumuna, but I get you work on things out with them.
Okay,
the two groups,
before.
Okay, all right. That's what I was earlier before. Maybe I wasn't in that.
Okay, let me chip in. Let me chip in again because there is something I forgot on this. Why he was responding to this similar question. The issue here is this. I want people watching me today to understand this. That the Nigeria of 1960 is not the Nigeria of 2020. A lot has changed in Nigeria. And in case anything happened today, that we have to go into the situation similar to the 1967 situation, the world, the powers that supported Nigeria will not be there to support them again. Let me give you reasons. Let me give you reasons. The reasons is this. The reasons are this. We, the new generation of Biafra, we are business oriented. We are more conversant internationally and both at home and in diaspora. We are going to make offers to those who have business interest in Biafra land. We will make the offer they will never reject. That is number two. Number three is that during the 1967 Biafra war, a lot of people, those who championed the defense of Biafra, because Biafra was fighting a defensive war, those who were championing the defense of Biafra didn't have the information needed to propel Biafra freedom to the international community and to the world power. Those information were lacking in a very, very high esteem. And when the United U.S. Department of State was given a telegram between Nigeria military government and the government of the United States under Kissinger, there was a proposal that gave a very clear body language of America in 1969 towards the end of the war. And Biafra people don't have the knowledge of this. The only person that had the knowledge of this communication between the United States and Nigeria was Gowon and his inner caucus. They are the ones who have the knowledge. And that was the reason why Gowon decided to approach Russia. We need to understand this. We need to study what happened during the Biafra war so that we will not make the same mistake again. Now, when America was turning back on Nigeria,
Gowon noticed it immediately and approached Russia. That was what happened. So today, Nigeria is a terrorist country. Today, Nigeria poses the biggest threat to America and to EU. If you don't know that, know it today. Because if they end up taking Nigeria and turn Nigeria into Islamic State, just like what happened in Turkey, Nigeria will become the most dangerous country on earth. And they are going to be sponsoring terrorist attack in Western world. This is inevitable, futuristic, what I have seen that the future of Nigeria is going to be. So there is need to enlighten the international community on this impending danger. The CIA have knowledge about Nigeria. They know what Nigeria will become. They know what Nigeria was to become in 1969 when they filed the memorandum, intelligence memorandum on Nigeria Biafra War. I have showed it on my program. So these things are the things that our people need to know, so that all the fear of America will not come, Britain will not come, we need to disappear. We don't need to be thinking and having fear that they are going to, what happened in 1963 or 1967 is going to repeat itself. No, Nigeria has become a terrorist country. It was not a terrorist country in 1967. So yes, Britain can support them. Today, Nigeria is sponsoring Fulani herdsmen. It is on record. America has given traveling ban on Nigeria. Nigeria is placed under watch list for a country that persecutes Christians. All these things were not there in 1967. People should understand this, that Nigeria has become a country of interest, especially in a negative way. So the same threat goes to America, to EU. The same threat Biafra people are facing today is coming to America and the EU. In the next 10 years, we need to sell these things to them. We need to sell these things either through direct contact or through the lobbyist firm. This is just it. Thank you.
I muted myself. Oh, sorry. Thank you. We're gonna take, let me see how many hands are raised so that we just wrap this up. Oscar, omit yourself. I told people not to be meeting themselves, yet they're doing it. Go ahead, Oscar.
Hello, man. I want to thank everybody on this meeting. My question is simple. From what Emeka is saying, it's going to be difficult for him to work with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, because when you listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the last conversation he had, somebody called him from UK. And I want everybody to go and listen his answer to that person and know what he's doing. If anybody wants to work, make Biafra to come together, he must not fail to acknowledge that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu have gone far than to go and be seeking the support of the elders. Because the elders has failed and they continue failing. You can't bring people who are taking money from the federal government to work for Biafra. So if you think working with these elders who have sabotaged our future to be part of Biafra, we're gonna mess up the big time. This time, anybody who wants to work should align. What I expected everybody to do, whatever America is holding against Nnamdi Kanu, I think people should rally around to bring them together to understand that. But him saying that we're gonna allow the elders to decide our future, we're all gonna end up in gutter. Exactly. I'm telling you, this is my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's a comment. That's not even a question. So thank you. We value your comment. One more. Any people called it before, even if you raise your hand, I'm not gonna let you speak again because we have to give everybody equal right, equal opportunity. Oh yes, I was looking for you. I don't have your name. The iPhone.
Yeah.
iPhone. Go ahead and talk. I sent you a text. Everyone didn't send the text. They don't bother to read the chat. I've sent some people private text. They didn't read it.
Thank you so much. My name is Ultimate High Chief. I'm speaking from Chicago. Ishmael.
Welcome.
Yeah, the question I want to ask at the Rogorogo, but firstly, actually, these two people, they have enlightened most of us. There are certain things we don't even know. That matter, it is very instructive. The lawyer and Simon Unabaliala have taken notes, but the question on challenge now is Emekesiri, because when you keep them, how many pro-Biafran agitators are you wearing? So that you know, your own and the IPOB. When you keep one, you because Magic are hard together. Ogadi impossible, so that Ogadi inclusive. Everything will be very inclusive, that everybody will be on the same boat. So can you give me a list of those things, what they stand for, if you don't mind, any of you? Thank you.
Question how many pro-Biafra groups? Question okay, the struggle. My check is it's better we come under one umbrella. That's why that name, indigenous people of Biafra, that's the remnant, because when I was writing this book, the United Nations passed the law called United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Then I now coined that name indigenous people because they are remnants that were not destroyed in the war. The remnants in the 404 might use it. Then Pokatas, the elders. So all of us would be under the elder as one umbrella. All the Biafrans, all pro-Biafra groups should now work under them. That was the original vision, so that we could be one, working together. Somebody said you don't need the elders. Okay, fine. Youth with a youthful zeal. When the elders get advice on what to do. We're not saying that in here all the elders supru. I'm going to tell elders again, must say, Daddy, Papa, then you see, he has given you blessing. But even though the thing came, the suggestion came from the boy. But like this. Then you have got the blessing of your father. So all of you that are saying you don't like the elders, you don't want the elders as elders, well, I am different. I operate under the elders and with the blessing of the elders. So that's where we differ. If you say you don't want the elders to be part of you, that's different. That's why we differ. In I have to go and discuss. It is not secret. I have the elder, I talk to them, say, and when they give me advice, which is not correct, I will show them, see, like this. Then yes, okay, yeah, I think it's good. Okay, well, go ahead. That is giving a blessing. I'm not saying that everything the elder say you swallow it, but you have to give them the respect.
Thank you. Simon, that's the general comment he said. You want to rebut that, or are we good to ask?
Yes, I just want to tell him that when he say elders is very broad. You know, when he say he don't want to, IPOB and every group has elders. So depending on the context, which elder is he talking about? Well, because every group will have elder. So if the elder of political, if you are talking about political elder, that is different. Political elder, you know, if you call it Nigeria political elders, is a different thing. But IPOB, Ekwenche, they are all, and Ekwenche they have even more elders than anything. So somebody asked about the organizations that are agitating for Biafra. At least there are what I could think of. There are so many of them, and most of them are not public. We have this Ekwenche, for example. I know of Ekwenche. Ekwenche is a very powerful, organization as well, comprises of veteran soldiers or Biafra people with a lot of materials about Biafra war and all that. So Ekwenche is there. We have Emeka Emekesiri group. We have Mosob. We have a BZM, which Onwukwe is championing, and all this group. I have always come publicly to appeal to them that there is need to have this kind of synergy, you know, of the modus operandi of this agitation should change, because we cannot continue to have this kind of divisional tactics that the Nigerian government are using to continue to hold us. So we need to come together. We cannot come under one umbrella. It is impossible. But there is what we can harness, what we can harness from this different group. We need to harness the strong points. The strong points, which area are they strong? Which area are they weak? Bringing the strength of these different groups together to use it to achieve one purpose. This is all I ask. And in the area where we differ,
They can do whatever they want to do in those areas where we have differences, where we have divergent views. It is going to be like that in Biafra. You must have different parties. You must have people who have divergent view on issues. So we cannot have a Biafra where everybody have one single opinion. It has to be different opinion to coming together. So that is all we ask. And this is the only way we can have, if we are going to have Biafra before 2023, we will have Biafra in 2022. If we're able to bring those strengths together to do something for the purpose of achieving and restoring Biafra. Thank you.
I muted myself. Dr. Asapuro Kimbo, go ahead and ask your question.
Ekele no Asapuro Kimbo na akpọ ana ekele. Ekelele mo nnukwu. Let's see what is the best way to do this. Ihe na-eche bụ strategy mgbe m gechara ihe Nnamdi Kanu zara that guy. Na one video, it appeared to me now actually everything is set to go. I gone listening to Simon a number of times. Emeka, I don't believe now listening to you, but always something different. It's a question, but I can make comment first. That in Dimbabu, pamphleting, I wrote it in a Igbo forum. Pamphleting, that is to say, publicity. Are there possible even here without really being condemned of a different nation? So, Simon with a lot of ability, I think, to grab a consultative group, book committee, from each of these pro-Biafra groups. I'm gonna again with that one. That's what my vision is. Are there possible everybody under one big umbrella? But I'm looking with representation of these various groups without any of the individual groups leaking out their key secrets. But then we're kind of consultation organization. And then chairman of a committee rather than president. Simon has hammered and hammered and hammered. Emeka, Simon,
Dr. Asapuro, your time is up. Thank you. So, Onyegulu assignment.
No, the assignment has been done. If you see the deed poll of customary governance, that was why it was created by the elders. Because if you see in Nigeria, for instance, you can't start a government that is contrary to Nigerian government and they will tag it illegal and they come against you. So because of that, the elders now created a government within Nigeria using the Nigerian law to create what is called customary government, just like we have the Sharia government in the north. So the elders created customary government also. And now that customary government, which is an umbrella, will be able to gather all the Biafrans together under the elders. Even though when we say under the elders, most of the work will be done by the youths by themselves, but there is an umbrella covering you. Any person, so if you are working under the elders and somebody say, who sent you? You can always say, yes, the elders sent me. So that's what we mean. There is a customary government that we created under the Nigerian law, because Nigerian law has Sharia government. So you can also have customary government. So we now created the customary government using a deed poll. I'm trying to see a copy of the deed poll to show you, but it exists now. It was registered under the Nigerian law. It's called customary governance, created by a deed poll of customary governance that's registered under the Nigerian law. So it exists. If you want a copy, we can send a copy to you. And it is being organized, it's being run under the supervision of elders. When we're talking about elders, I'm not saying we are stupid or we are foolish, that anything an elder suggests, even the elders we are talking about, remember, they will definitely sit down, talk over issues with the youths too. When we talk about, it's not that they do anything without us. That is that synergy. The youth and the elders work together. I have told you that, but they all work together. So when we move, and there is any problem, anything at all, people will now know that there are people behind us. Some of you wonder why we go to and nobody touches us. Yes, because they know we are operating lawfully using
Thank you. You've exhausted that question.
Emeka, my brother, Emeka Emekesiri, you missed the point. You missed the point of that caller. That caller said, is it possible that we form a committee, that will see the unity of this group, that it doesn't necessarily mean that every group will reveal their secrets to another group, but there should be a committee that will be bringing the groups together for a unity of purpose, so that we will be harnessing the strength and the strong point of other groups together for a particular purpose. Now you are talking about the elders of your movement having formed a customary government. It is also a different group. It is different from what this caller was talking about. So please, the caller was talking about a possibility to have a committee that will comprise every group, maybe two persons from every group coming together, not necessarily leaking the secrets of any group, but coming together to see how we can have a synergy of working together for a particular purpose. Now you are talking about customary government.
I think I have answered that question. I said we work by the rule of law. I can never destroy or violate any law. That was why we are operating under this deed, under this instrument, registered under the Nigerian law as a customary government. So if you say we want to work together, very fine, create the committee, very fine, but we have to go to the foundation. We now gather together under the same institution that created this government. It is a legitimate government under Nigerian law. So we now sit down and iron whatever the differences, but it must go to the root. And then we start discussing without going back to the foundation. I am saying that it is possible to work together, but we must go back to the foundation. There must be an instrument setting up. I don't do anything that is illegal. I cannot do anything illegal. I cannot.
Do you have permission? Do you have permission from your elders before coming to this debate?
Because let's not make this personal. Because time is spent on this. Somebody else could ask questions.
I have told you that everything I do, I take permission before I do anything. I told you that.
So they gave you permission for this debate.
All right. So this is not necessary. I muted them because we don't. This is bickering now. We don't need that. So if I want to just ask your question and we wrap this up, I'm going to look for somebody to do the closing prayer. If I want to go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. What I have is not a question, actually, is a comment.
Okay.
One, I want to say to Simon, Ekpa, you said Nigeria government sends 419ers on everything to the US. I think we need to address that. Many of us here still carry Nigerian passports and we do legitimate jobs. So we are not 419ers, we're not criminals. That being said, the second thing is this. We're talking about them coming together. You must work together if you agree, and there must be a template. The template for Emeka Emekesiri is totally different. IPOP's template is totally different. They can work on their different templates. There are so many ways to skin a rat. The third thing I want to say is this. When it comes to security of Ndibo, neither Emeka Emekesiri's group can secure it, nor IPOP. It falls on every one of us here. If you went to Nigerian University and you were a made man, you will know what is called the 15 minutes response time. If every community will adopt a 15 minutes response time, if you want to know about it further, I would answer that, but not now. Adopt the 15 minutes response time. We can actually address the issue of this Fulani herdsmen's killing and everything.
So that is our sole responsibility to take care of. It doesn't fall under Emeka Emekesiri. It doesn't fall under IPOP. It falls under everybody here. Get back to your community. Let's get back to the Omunna, the grassroots, and create certain things that will secure our own community. And from there, we can secure Igbo land. So, Emeka,
thank you for your input. I forgot this person that sent me Stephen Ogugwom. I don't know if you did you meet yourself? Stephen Ogugwom. I'm not sure I'm calling your name right. Ogugwom. I'll mute your phone, and if you don't, we're gonna move on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, this thing. If we check everything that is happening, we have two ideological camps. One, those who believe in restructuring Nigeria, and two, who believe in outright secession. These are the two areas I'm in now. But there's another layer I want to put. Those who believe that the two sides can also coexist, that we can pursue this this agitation through these two perspectives, so that Nigeria will be forced to accept a lesser evil. And when the last caller suggested another layer of a coordinating body is very, very important. But I'm not really comfortable with Emeka's response to that. Emeka, you've done a very, very good job. And any person, it realize what you've done is not being fair. But go on, you need to also be, give and take. This thing is not all about you at the Nnamdi Kanu. It is all about the fate of our people. What we would strongly suggest is that with Simon Ekpa being able to coordinate another layer of people that say, okay, a kind of assisting people to understand, can coexist. Every group will go on their own business, but let there be a filtering team. A team gets all right. This is a common, a mutual understanding. No one should attack each other. But is it that now everything must run through your own council of elders? My brother will not tell them. It means that you're not giving and taking. We got to reach out. Look, this thing is all about all of us. It's not all about you. No person is more Igbo than another. But the problem I'm now, you people are personalizing this and making it look as if it is Emeka and Nnamdi Kanu or vice versa. No, we need to have a third party, which I strongly support the other man. That team, a coordinating team, we have done this, or this people say we have done that, or this people have said that, so that we don't duplicate effort and continue to fight ourselves. But another team, those who derive joy in abusing people who disagree with them, you are not helping the cause. I keep saying it. This is not Igbo lifestyle. We should stop demonizing people who disagree with us. They have something to contribute in this struggle. In a parent may agree with us. I want to be Biafra that I can express my view without being treated like as if I'm wins. This is where we are going to, and it is very, very dangerous. Because every people, and I live in Australia. Okay, my friend, the big one. Can I mention here, man? Let him do like but let there be a common understanding. No group should attack each other, including Dakobo Sorbo and the other place. We can work as a team, but let every group begin to do their own. I keep using the elephant. The 10 blind men seeing elephant differently. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I like your listen. Thank you so much. I need to move here. So let's get another person. This is Galaxy J7. Next time, please have your name as opposed to your phone on your what is it, Zoom username.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. I had a little trouble operating this stuff. Okay, but before I continue, though, I don't want to ask any questions, but I want to make a comment. But I want to take permission from Emeka Emekesiri first of all. If I'm permitted, to disclose information I had privately with him, because I've discussed with him many times over the internet, text messages. The last time I spoke with him, I spent over 2.5 hours with him. And now I've also spoken to Simon Ekpa at length. So some of the things I have discussed with Barrister Emeka Emekesiri is public information, but some of them are not public. So I want him to give me permission to disclose what we discussed so that I can let him know that what he's discussing today is not feasible, okay? But I need his permission first before I continue, okay?
Well, we're not going to go into all that because...
Okay, then I'm going to see what is on my mind, okay? It doesn't...
What is on your mind, and your time is going. You've spent almost here already. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because the point is this. Emeka Emekesiri is talking about how we can achieve the customary procedure through legislative process and judiciary process, okay? Now, the point is this. Emeka Emekesiri has already tried it. He told me that, you know, the first case he filed with the Nigerian court through Enugu High Court was for 5 years, and it expired. And he filed again. And I said, how much longer do you think we need? He says it doesn't have to end with Nigeria. We can continue to go. I said, yeah, but now the legislative process, how many people have you employed from the Nigerian Senate to help you with this? He mentioned to me that he had approached Senator Beribe and Adaejiagamba and some other people he called from the West. And I asked him, what was the response from these people? And he said they weren't interested, okay? And we just listened to a video that I haven't seen before that Simon Ekpa just broadcasted on this.
That video was a part of the town hall meeting we had with Senator Beribe last week or thereabout.
Okay, see, I missed that, but he only points to the point that I'm trying to make. Emeka Emekesiri has already admitted that he has tried the judiciary process and it failed, the legislative process and it failed twice. He tried the judiciary process in the Supreme Court, sorry, Enugu High Court, it failed. He tried the legislative process by approaching Senator Beribe and Adaejiagamba and some senators he mentioned in the West. And he told me personally that they were not interested, which means he's failed on both counts. So my next question to Emeka Emekesiri was, the Fulani people are on our doorsteps, okay? And that was one of the questions that somebody asked him today that he hasn't answered yet. Before you get to this judiciary process and legislative process, what are you doing to checkmate the Fulani herdsmen killing our people, okay? He doesn't have an answer. What he told me is, Jesus Christ died for our sins. Jesus Christ died for us. He's a pastor, I appreciate that, but I'm also a Christian, okay? He told me he was a born-again Christian, that Jesus Christ died for us, that we don't need to shed more blood. I said, yeah, but these people are killing you. Are you going to fold your arms and wait for this judicial process and legislative process to take place? He said, no, we have the power to defend ourselves. He was asking me, how come IPOB is not defending us then? I said, but they're doing it. Look at what happened at Ohafia. They went and released IPOB members, okay? So are you not seeing all these things on television and the internet? He said he's been seeing them. I said, okay.
You've spent like more than 4 minutes.
Yes,
your passion.
Yeah, just give me two more minutes, okay? Because
no, we have other people, please. We can't be going there. So I'm going to mute Emekesiri to respond to, unmute yourself, Barrister Emekesiri, and respond to that, not in an angry way. Because
no, not angry. Yes. Whoever is talking, I didn't see his face, but when he talked about, I said, I have discussed with people in the parliament. I didn't say they are not interested. I said they said there are some difficulties, which I do not understand. They said there are some difficulties. I never said that Senator Beribe said he's not interested. It's a lie. And then when you say, I said that Jesus Christ died for us and therefore we shall not defend ourselves, it's a lie. I have always said that we have right of self-determination, right of self-defense. Self-defense is allowed under the Nigerian law. And I have preached it, self-defense. I have written it. You can defend yourself. For you now to say, I said that because I'm born again Christian, that Jesus Christ died for us, therefore we should not defend ourselves, is a lie. That's what, when you are talking, I was just shaking my head. How can you just be lying against me? I don't know your face. I've not seen your face. But this is what I said. I have preached it, that even when Jesus said, if I slap you on the right cheek, turn your left cheek, I interpreted it to mean that when they slap you on the right cheek, turn your left, they slap you on the right, the two cheeks are finished. Indeed, they slap you on the face. Jesus did not say we should turn and run away. It is now fire for fire, blood for blood. You know, that fire for fire, blood for blood. It is now fight and fight to finish. It's either you kill me or I kill you. I have told you that you have the right to fight back. Not for you to be lying and telling lies against me that I say you should not defend yourself. Now you're asking me, what have I done against the Fulani herdsmen? Am I a soldier? I told you that this thing, people should play their own role. Now, I have advised people, those that can do their own, to do their own while I do my own. I am not a soldier. I'm not into the security aspect of this struggle, but I have advised them on what to do. So for you to ask that question, what am I doing about Fulani herdsmen killing our people? Why shouldn't I go and fight? I'm not a soldier. There are people that should do that work while I do my own. It is a teamwork. Every person play your own wing.
Thank you. I mean, the question was able to Simon. Unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see,
but the question was
here is, the issue here is that when people ask you, what have you done? Because Fulani are killing people, they are not expecting you to tell them that you have carried arms as a soldier to go and start fighting Fulani. No. They are wanting to know what you have done administratively as one of the leader of agitators or of the group of Biafra. You have to be able to explain at least what is being put in place by either the group or your group, or by extension, what your group has influenced, how your group has influenced the security of people in Biafra land. Because you continue to say elders, elders. How these your elders have influenced the security of people in Biafra land. You should be able to explain this, but you are not explaining it. It's just like a governor of a state. You ask the governor, what have you done? Can I speak? You ask a governor, what have you done? You ask a governor, what have you done? The governor will tell you, I am not a security man, I'm just a governor. You should be able to tell what is your group doing through this elder to protect the people of your land.
Okay, fine. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. As we speak, you can see, or maybe you have seen it on the internet, you have seen the security people arresting Fulani herdsmen, arresting when they were coming, that time there was this lockdown on interstate, and you see people coming in, and you see some people arresting them, and you have seen the forest guards, you've seen all those security people. Now, the people that are in charge of security, they are doing their work. My own work is to advise them on what to do, advise them to create the security outfit to secure our land. That is our own work. Then when we advise them, advise the governors, advise the leaders, then they do it. That is our own work. For you now to say, what have I done? What have I done? My own work is advisory. Tell them what to do. Advise them on what to do. I am not the one that will carry the arms to defend our land. Every person has his own role to play. I'm a kind of legal advisor to tell them, do it this way, do this way. When I advise them what to do, they will do it. I am not the one to do it physically, but to advise them. So for you to say, what have you done, what have you done? I don't think you understand that every person should play his own role.
Thank you very much. It is not me.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't want that, because we want this to be an intellectual thing, not something I can have on. Mazik or Chief Godwin one.
It is very late now.
Yeah, after this, I need somebody to even Mazik one. I want to hear you talk, and maybe I will ask you to do the closing prayer. Because,
okay, can you hear me, please?
We are hearing you.
Ekenekwe muno Ebimna, Washington, D.C. I live inside the city. I built my home in Washington, D.C. That's where I'm calling from. Ndị Igbo biko ka anyị ghara na-agba gburugburu. Ndị kwuru okwu si na agwọ nọzi n'ụlọ. Agwa afọ na n'akịrịka ọ nọ n'ụlọ. Ka anyị ghara ịchụ oke ma be anyị nọ n'ọkụ. Ana m ege unu ntị. Ihe dị mkpa, enwere nzukọ dị iche iche ndị Igbo, ọ ngọzi, ọhọ nkọcha. Synergy. I heard the word synergy. By profession, I'm an engineer. My PhD in public policy. My concentration on counter-insurgency. So, 2017, Nikechukwu, I was able to organize Africans. We had a summit in Washington, D.C. here. We delved into all aspects of the kind of thing I now discussed: security, Basaro Bodai, and we focus on synergy. Now, ihe chere anyị kịta, ọ bụ na anyị ejikọta ha ọnụ, anyị na-agba gburugburu, mmiri ga-eri anyị. It is not personal. It is not personal. Agbanyeghị where you're coming from, because we have to work together. If we need, it was a guy, this pandemic, I will help to organize a summit of all these leaders here in Washington, D.C. I will help. I'm leading African Christian Fellowship. It's under the auspices of African Christian Fellowship, but I was able to bring the Africans together.
Because it covers more than.
Because we will not wash our dirty linens in the public. That's one thing. One time, our World Igbo Congress is called. I said one thing. You are cursing the ground on which you sow. You don't do that. Actually, also Nugwausa, Mona, the West. I am Banatana Bay. I am a Hemere na 1966. I was a boy. I entered secondary school class 1, 1967. We all went through Biafra. I know what I went through. I was a refugee throughout. I'm Oyenugungu. Bikon Anamayun. Unu need all my help. All these different groups, we need to sit down together. My elders, so my Libo, my WICO, we must sit together. We have to solve on a Zoom meeting. Like I said, it was this pandemic. I will suggest we quickly organize a place where all these leaders can come together. And Emendibo, more Biafra, including every Garabab, all the ethnic groups that we form Biafra, we all need to sit together. I know there are groups trying to do this. Those kinds of groups must come together. That's how we progress. If we keep talking, it's not going to take us to anywhere, because the people who are against us were a strategy. If you are going to war, you need to understand your enemy and what they're up against, what they're up to. You need to know what weapons they have. Then you have to strategize and see how you counter them. That's the only way you succeed. It's not, this is past talking. Because I try to organize Ndi Nugungu in the USA. It's working now. I bring to them.
You're going to give us your information. We'll come back
Biko,
another time. Biko. Thank
yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm burnt. I'm completely tired. I want information again here because I sent some people text to give me their numbers or their email. Please feel free to write that down on the chat so that we'll keep you informed of all the town hall meetings that we're planning for this year. So having said that, Biko, I'm going to call on Chief Patrick Onwaso to do the closing prayer, Biko. Chief Onwaso, do I need to meet you? Are you still there? Chifawasa, I will not be ready. Dr. Solomon will just do the closing prayer. Now, if, oh, okay. Sorry, I muted you. I didn't know that. Go ahead. We don't
ezi onye nwanyị anyị ekelele gị maka ụbọchị dị otu a. Asị ebe nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa atọ aka na ị ga-anọ nna ya nọ ya. Ezi onye nwanyị bịa nụrụ ekpere anyị ụmụ Igbo. Onye a na-emegbu emegbu nọ n'ala weli aka elu ibe n'olu ya. Anyị bụ otu ụmụnne. Otu ụmụnne nne na-eji abụọ ha enwee nsogbu ma anyị niile ga-ejikọta obi were ofu obi otu ndị Igbo na-esi eme ihe mara na anyị nwere one common enemy. Anyị alụsịkwana ya ọgụ nke a na-ekwu ndị Hausa ndị herdsmen ndị herdsmen akaghị ndị Igbo ike gwelite n'obi anyị otu obi ahụ Chineke nyere anyị anyị ji nọ over 3 years na-adọli weta egbe cham. Jehova gozie anyị gozie mkpụrụ afọ nke ụmụ Igbo nọ ebe niile na-ege ntị maka ihe anyị nọ ebe ahụ representation gozie ha onye tụtụkpara arụ a na ndị niile Emeka na Simon Chineke gara agozi unu nyekwa n'ụbụrụ ịkpọkalata anyị n'otu biko nke mgbasa dọsapụ ya ekwele ka ekwesu bata n'ime ihe anyị na-eme ka o wee bara anyị uru ka gị bụrụ otuto mgbe niile site na Jizọs Kraịst bụ onye nwe anyị. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Because the question. We're gonna be having many more town hall meetings. Hopefully, the next engagement I get will get the better. Like I said, come on the July 18th, we'll be having a town hall meeting with Senator Ike. Ike or Ike Kunakba. And I'll crave your indulgence to, if I don't have your information, please type your information there so that I can be able to reach you. That's why I'm asking for information. And then hopefully all of you will call in. I will expand the Zoom so that it will contain more people than today, because I noticed that some people were bumped out. So having said that, I thank the duo of Simon Ekpa and Emeka Emekesiri. I like the passion in both of you. All of you are, we're all fighting for the same cause. It's just the different method that were employed by the two of you. And my prayer is that Chineke na-anụ akwa ụmụ ndị Igbo na emegbu a na-emegbu anyị akwa ụmụ ndị Igbo a na-aga n'ubi ha mebishie ya ndị ke repụ ndị ke egburu egbu, all the blood that was spilled, those blood are crying before God. And same God will guide us through and show us the right path to take without spilling blood, because I actually personally I don't get involved the first I try to witness also, because I know my and all the things that happen. So I don't want to experience it. I don't want my family members to experience it. So whatever we are doing, we must guide against that, because just I actually lose anybody. We've lost enough. So having said, I'm gonna shut this down. I thank you all. I love you all. I'm gonna count to 5 and I shut it down.
Yes, Adaejiagamba, is there a possibility to share it, or are you going to upload it later on?
I will upload it later on. Right now, okay, I'm going to mute everybody because I have let me unmute everybody.
Thank you.
You only general. Yeah, everybody, you can unmute yourself and just thank them because.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Thank you, Barrister. Thank you, Barrister. Thank you, Brother Simon.
Mr. Biko, consider qualifying wine full.
They want Barrister. Thank you.
Barrister Emeka,
in a Balikwan, I can get Simon as soon as she went the bank at another today, Obi the motor. The city can I hold them? I enjoy I want to see Hannah.
Thank you. Adaejiagamba.
Okay, Simon, I can write
your information for me. I really need
Simon,
it.
Good job. Simon, message now your
all the handsome men here, they shout out to you.
I greet you.
On the count of
one. Adaejiagamba.
All right.
Adaejiagamba. He give me a pokata Samuel Ekpa. Emeka Emekesiri. Zora Habia. Kaha. What
the I need
your information. The information you need.
Simon, send a message in your inbox na Facebook.
Hey, boy, you get your email can't hear.
Just the day that before I shut here down. I'm giving everybody opportunity to give me information. That's why I haven't shut it down.
Simon, I'm a message you send in your inbox.
People their Zoom ID. All this way and iPhone and the Galaxy. I mean, we don't need all that. Thank you, Oyo for babe. Even that, no, Oyo for babe, it's better than a number. You know.
I'm gonna send my email. Anyway, I did before, but for some reason you never acknowledged. So
Simon, everyone message him send in your email.
Oh,
okay.
But
Adaejiagamba, I have number na email meba.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Everybody, Mike called you. Thank you. Joseph.
Simon, Emeka, I show a way to connect.
Thank you.
Adaejiagamba, Emeka Emekesiri fara na boot.
This is the best part of the argument, you know.
The best part of the argument.
Yeah,
the best argument.
All right, so on the count of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bye-bye.